the United States of America, and as strong and as proud and as great as ever.
This is CBS News special coverage of President Trump's State of the Union address. Here now from Washington, D.C., Tony DeCopel.
And it's great to be with you from Washington, D.C. A very big night for Washington, a very big night for the country. The first official State of the Union address for President Donald J. Trump in his second term. It's a night where our entire government, give or take, and we will talk about the take side, is going to be gathered in the House chamber, just a couple miles from where we are sitting. And with so much of the nation's business at a crossroads tonight, all the issues that matter most to you, from the economy to immigration to foreign policy, we will be talking about those tonight, and we expect the president will be talking about them as well. There is typically no bigger speech for a president, no bigger audience, no grander setting, and no better chance to take the country's undivided attention and try to shape it. The timing matters a great deal tonight as well, ahead of a major midterm election in the fall, with yet another massive buildup of U.S. military power in the Middle East as we speak, and just days after the first significant setback for this White House at the Supreme Court. With the chamber full of a who's who here in Washington, we are also watching for who will not be there. More than 50 congressional Democrats, that is a record number, have chosen to skip the speech and instead join alternative events around town. So for what to watch and what to listen for, we have you covered on this and much, much more tonight. Our entire team is here in Washington. We're going to start with that all-star lineup around the desk with me tonight. Chief Foreign Correspondent and moderator of Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan. CBS Sunday Morning National Correspondent Robert Costa and Senior White House Correspondent Weijia Zhang. And, of course, Chief Washington Correspondent and host of The Takeout, one of my favorite shows, Major Garrett.
Thank you, Tony.
It's so great to be here in Washington. Yeah. It's so great in particular to be here with all of you. I feel like a stand-in for the audience because I'm the interloper here. I'm the visitor from New York. Margaret, I want to begin with you. What are you expecting tonight?
Well, Tony, you and I were both at this traditional lunch with the President of the United States that he holds with journalists. And while we can't talk about most of what was discussed, we do know that he is going to do, as all presidents do, tout the number one issue that he thinks he's delivered on. And for him, he believes it is the economy. But he is going to be fighting a perception problem here because we see in our latest CBS News polling that his disapproval rate is pretty high here when it comes to economic performance. 61% of Americans disapprove of how he has handled the economy. And so while he will tout a booming stock market and he will tout the fact that he kept your tax rates essentially where they were when he was elected, didn't go higher, didn't really go lower. He just had that big blow you mentioned from the Supreme Court, striking down the centerpiece of his economic agenda. So he's going to try to finesse that to talk up what he says he has delivered on when it comes to the economy. He'll talk about cheaper egg prices. He'll talk about, the cost of living when it comes to energy prices being lower. But for Americans, their wages largely aren't keeping up with the price of living. Yeah. And the other big thing you've been telling us to keep focused on so rightly is Iran and that massive military buildup. I don't think we will get much clarity on this issue. And for the 40,000 Americans stationed in the Middle East right now, more who are headed there and their families here at home, those big questions of what is the objective, what is the intent, and what is the national security imperative for getting involved in a conflict and carrying out military strikes, I believe we'll still end this evening with those questions unanswered. There were just 8 lawmakers who got some visibility today in a very classified setting.
Well, it's such an interesting point because this is a president who, of course, campaigned on no new wars in the Middle East, and yet here we have amassed an armada, as the president likes to say, that by some measures is as large or larger than at any time since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Major, how does the president acknowledge that while somehow not acknowledging that?
You properly said, Tony, this is a very big speech for the president. But the next speech he delivers might be as consequential if it's about Iran and what we're doing there and why we're doing it. If he does not lay it out tonight, if he leaves a vacuum there only about what we'd like to see better behavior from the Iranians, but doesn't explain what that behavior means, what it actually looks like, and what the consequences will be if the Iranians don't deliver the very next speech he gives, because we have been told, and our reporting is pretty thorough on this, it's a matter of days before this decision will be made. And you don't, as many military analysts have said on my show and others here at this table, you do not put all these forces there for nothing. There is almost a creeping imperative to their use when you deploy them in this way in these numbers. And that's what's facing the country in the next 5, 6, 7 days. So, yes, it's very important tonight. And our polling shows the vast majority of the American public don't have any idea what this is about, where it's heading, and what the stakes are. If the president doesn't fill that in, the next speech he gives, he's going to have to.
Yeah. Bob, what are you looking for tonight? You know, the president doesn't traditionally like to prepare, like to drill when it comes to a speech like this, but you're getting some whispers about how he might have been thinking about it over the weekend. You had a conversation with him more recently. Where's his head right now?
Well, I spoke to him today about Iran, and he was coy. And what's interesting, though, about Iran is beyond my conversation today with President Trump, I've been meeting with a lot of the MAGA types on Capitol Hill. And to build off what Margaret and Major outlined, there is a roaring debate inside the GOP about how this is all going to move forward. President Trump was elected in 2016 on this non-interventionist rhetoric. He was kind of the anti-President George W. Bush. So he's not inclined to intervene necessarily, yet he's welcomed in the past the option to take strategic strikes, to seem dominant in a region, to seem assertive as president. And I got an interesting quote from Steve Bannon today, who's been long in Trump's ear. And he said the president, quote, has enough hardware to force the Ayatollah to any deal the president wants. But what was notable in my conversation with Bannon is he said there is complexity on the right, that President Trump doesn't want to rupture oil markets, capital markets. He doesn't want to dislodge the U.S.'s position with Russia and China. He's looking at the specter of the midterms. So all of that's kind of clouding this speech tonight as he pursues some kind of policy on Iran, and the uncertainty and indecision is part of this moment. That's why we might not hear so much.
You know, let's stick with Bob. Thank you very much, Weijia. Let's stick with the midterms because they're on the horizon, and anything the president says tonight is something that a Republican candidate all over this country will have to go out and defend and talk about. What are you looking for?
That's right, because he can thank his own chief of staff, Susie Wiles, for that. She is the one who a few months ago said, look, typically the president is not on the ballot for the midterms, but we are going to turn that on its head. We are going to put him on the midterms. He is going to be traveling once a week and pick up that cadence as we get closer to Election Day, because she feels so strongly that he is the ticket to retain control in Congress. And so you're right in that what he says tonight will be carefully evaluated and picked apart to be used either for or against him by both parties. And he knows what the stakes are here, because this is such a huge night for any president and possibly the biggest until November comes around. So they are using this as a massive campaign stop, Tony.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. All right, let's broaden out our conversation a little bit with Maryland Democratic Congressman and ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin. He joins us now. Congressman, thank you very much for being here.
Delighted to be with you.
So you're there, you're on Capitol Hill, you're going to be in the room tonight in the chamber. Many of your colleagues have opted to skip this speech. Why have you not?
Well, I had invited Skye and Amanda Roberts to come with me, and Skye is the brother of Virginia Giuffre, who was, the leading voice as an Epstein survivor in calling for truth and justice. And she took her life, but Skye and Amanda are here to stand for her. And so I invited them to come, and they preferred to come to the State of the Union address rather than go to the other events, at least at the beginning. And we'll see later on in the evening where we go. But I think we've got tremendous unity in our party to stand strong with all of the Epstein survivors, to demand truth, justice, and a complete release of all of the files tonight. And nobody's buying any of Donald Trump's economic hocus pocus anymore. 3 out of 5 Americans reject all of that. And so, maybe he can come on and talk about the stock market or something. But people know that the cost of living has increased considerably since he's taken office, and they simply have no plans for working middle-class Americans.
Congressman Raskin, Major Garrett, it's good to have you with us. Sticking with the Epstein matter for just a second, some of your colleagues have said they would like to have Merrick Garland, the former Attorney General under President Biden, in to ask him why their Justice Department didn't do more on the Epstein matter. Would you support that?
Sure, if they want to have Merrick Garland come in, no problem. But of course, Merrick Garland's Department of Justice, which of course was independent from President Biden because President Biden respected the independence of the law enforcement function, actually brought the charges against Ghislaine Maxwell and succeeded in doing that. And they were continuing to work on the co-conspirators. So when the Republicans say, how come nobody was demanding release of the files then? It's because it was an active case. When Donald Trump got elected and Pam Bondi became Attorney General, the first thing they did was they fired the lead prosecutor in New York in the Southern District in charge of the case. Maureen Comey demanded the entire file and then declared that the investigation was over. So at that point, everybody said, well, if the investigation's over, then obviously you can release the files. And that's why we had bipartisan support to do it. Now, Donald Trump was fighting it up until the very end when he saw that we were going to be able to pass this overwhelmingly on the floor. And then he decided to run out and get in front of the parade and say he was for releasing it. But this whole thing about Merrick Garland is an absolute diversion and a distraction. And what we really should be talking about is, when will Pam Bondi release the other 3 million files? Why are they being withheld in total contradiction to the law that we passed on a near unanimous basis in Congress?
Congressman Raskin, Bob Costa, we all know you are a congressman, Democrat from Maryland. You also are a former impeachment manager in the House of Representatives. You are someone who's a constitutional scholar and legal professor. So answer me this. Look ahead. This is all about the midterms tonight. Can the president get his party on track? Should he not be able to do so, the Democrats could win power. Are House Democrats right now behind the scenes talking about possibly preparing articles of impeachment for early 2027 should they win back the House?
No, nobody's talking about that. We're talking about winning back Congress and cutting this reign of terror and lawlessness in half. And I was just out in Oregon. I was in the state of Washington. I was in North Carolina. I was in New Hampshire. Democrats are on fire everywhere. And I think that the people of Minnesota have demonstrated to us the right way to counter this regime of lawlessness in the country, which is everybody needs to be out every single day fighting to tell the truth, fighting for justice, and fighting for progress in the country. The Republicans are the party of chaos and disorder, and the country wants to move forward. And that's the assignment of the Democrats. And we've got to make sure that we're a big enough, a strong enough, and a focused enough party that all of these defecting Republicans and independents can come over to us.
Hey, Congressman, it's Tony DeCopel again. I want to ask you a question going back to the visuals of tonight, the dozens of Democratic lawmakers who are not going to be in the room. Every time there's a applause shot, a shot of the chamber, people at home are going to see what I presume are going to be empty seats. And I wonder what that look is going to be like for the Democrats. Speaker Jeffries said you've got two choices here to members of his party. You can sit there in stony silence, or you can skip the thing entirely. And a lot of people skipped it entirely. Do you think that's a winning strategy?
Well, there is a third strategy, of course, which is you can go and fall asleep. And that would be the sincerest form of flattery to Donald Trump, because that's what he does in public meetings. But look, we've heard that the Republicans are going to try to send in interns and staffers to occupy the seats of Democrats who are not present tonight. I think all of these little games and antics are somewhat beside the point. This is a failed presidency. Donald Trump promised to lower costs and inflation on day one. We are a year into this thing. Inflation has gone in totally the wrong direction when we're talking about housing, when we're talking about groceries, when we're talking about utilities, you name it. And meantime, there are Americans being shot down by his lawless masked ICE agents all over the country. And so there are millions of people involved in the No Kings movement, millions of people across the party spectrum, Democrats, Republicans, independents, who are demanding a return to government as the instrument of the common good of the people, as opposed to government in pursuit of private self-enrichment for the guy who got in there. Donald Trump has made more money in his first year in office than every other president in American history combined made. He has made at least $1.5 billion. It might be as much as $4 billion. I heard a Republican say the other day that he was at the White House and was told by one of the Trump kids that they're going to be the richest family in America when this Trump administration is over. And that's obviously what their goal is. It's got nothing to do with the welfare of the American people. That's the job of the Democratic Party.
All right, Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you again, sir. In a moment, New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler will be here. He has said he would oppose efforts to limit U.S. military options against Iran. He's going to join us next on what he hopes to hear from President Trump tonight. Policy to the economy, how Americans feel on the pressing matters heading into tonight's address. But for now, sticking with the poll.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid?
The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7's coverage of President Trump's State of the Union address. And we are joined now by a New York Republican, Congressman Mike Lawler. Congressman, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks for having me, Tony.
So what's your over-under here? Is President Trump going to break Bill Clinton's 88-minute record for longest State of the Union?
Yeah, I think that's a good bet. I think this is probably going over 2 hours.
Oh boy! Wow! I hope you ate. I hope you had a very big dinner. In those 2 hours, what are you hoping not to hear the president talk about?
Look, I think the American people want to hear about not only the successes that have occurred under the first year, but about the future and what the president and Congress can do to address the issues most acutely impacting the country, from health care and housing and energy prices to our immigration crisis. We have an immigration system that hasn't been fixed in 40 years. I was born in September of 1986. It hasn't been fixed since before that. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I feel very good about a lot of things that we have been able to accomplish in this first year, including passing the largest tax cut in American history. The average New Yorker that I represent is going to see a $4,000 tax cut, especially because we were able to lift the cap on salt, something that I champion, the state and local tax deduction. But Americans want us to focus like a laser beam on affordability, and that needs to be front and center in the president's message tonight.
Congressman, you touched on something. I want to come back to affordability, but you touched on something very interesting there. It almost seemed like you were walking up to the edge of talking about comprehensive immigration reform. Sometimes you hear the president talk about having a heart when it comes to the people who've been here for a long time, who've started a family, who have a business, who are contributing to society, finding a way to normalize them. Do you think the time might finally be right now that the border is truly sealed off? I've been down there myself. To talk about normalizing some of the people who are here?
I do. I wrote a New York Times op-ed a few weeks ago after the tragedies in Minneapolis and pointed out a few basic points, which is, number one, the border is secure thanks to President Trump. We've had 9 straight months of net zero illegal entry into the country. That is a positive thing. That is what the American people demanded in November of 2024, and President Trump delivered on that. They also wanted dangerous criminals deported out of our country. You saw 675,000 people deported last year, 1.9 million self-deporting. But I do believe the American people want us to use a little bit of common sense when it comes to people who have been in this country more than 5 years, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, who are participating in the workforce, whose children and grandchildren may in fact be American citizens. It's why I've been a co-lead on the Dignity Act last Congress and this Congress, not to provide amnesty, not to provide a pathway to citizenship, but to provide a pathway to legal status so that people who are not committing criminal offenses, who are paying a fine, who are paying back taxes, who are not collecting government benefits, and have been here over 5 years, are able to stay here legally and participate in our economy, in our workforce, without fear of deportation. I think there is a balanced approach that can be had here, and I think President Trump is one of the few people that can actually bridge this divide, having secured the border and restored trust with the American people, that we can finally stop illegal immigration into our country.
Congressman Lawler, it's Margaret Brennan. Good to talk to you. On the border, the president does get good marks on his deportation policy. However, you are seeing some apprehension among Americans. Our latest CBS polling shows that 58% of Americans disapprove of the president's handling of immigration. I've spoken to Republicans, governors who say when it comes to legal pathways, things like temporary protected status, repealing it for Haitians and Venezuelans, for example, or changing of other types of asylum processes, legal pathways, that they are not comfortable with how the president has been implementing his policies. Are you comfortable with all the ways he's been implementing his policies? Would you like to hear some of the compassion you're talking about tonight? Like, is there a way to thread that needle?
Look, I think this is emblematic of the problem. Congress has not fixed our broken immigration system in 40 years, not since Ronald Reagan, working with a bipartisan Congress to get immigration reform done. Have we done it? And so from my vantage point, you brought up, Haitian TPS, for instance. I represent a community in Spring Valley, New York, the second largest Haitian diaspora per capita. We have many Haitians that have been here on TPS that are participating in our healthcare system, nurses, serving as direct support providers in the IDD community, the intellectually and developmentally disabled community. These folks are part of our community. They're part of our workforce. They provide a critical service. And so just revoking TPS, that is something I've pushed back against. I've introduced legislation to extend TPS for the Haitian community. I do believe there is an opportunity here if folks put aside the partisan bickering and actually focus on the real issue at hand. The president secured the border. He was right about that issue. He deported criminal aliens. He was right about that issue. He now has an opportunity to address the larger problems within our healthcare system. And I will point out, part of the problem that we saw in Minneapolis was the sanctuary city policies. The local law enforcement in Minneapolis was prohibited from cooperating with ICE agents. They were prohibited from doing crowd control and traffic control. That's what allowed the protesters to come into close contact with ICE agents. That never should have happened. And so I think there's a balance that can be done here, that we address the problems in the immigration system, but also end ridiculous policies like sanctuary cities that do not make us safer, especially when they won't honor detainers on people who commit crimes under state law. That is a big fundamental problem.
Respectfully, in the case of Minneapolis, the police chief there, who I spoke to about exactly this, also said the federal government was not cooperating or sharing information with local law enforcement. So that isn't necessarily a sanctuary system.
They weren't honoring, respectfully, Margaret, they were not honoring the detainers. And the PBA president pointed this out. He said this could have been prevented. But that's different than securing a location for a deportation rate to capture someone. If you actually honor the detainer and have a transfer at a jail, that is far safer than law enforcement having to go into a community. And that's the fundamental problem here. We could have and should have greater cooperation between federal, state, and local law enforcement when it comes to our immigration system. But again, this to me requires a comprehensive approach on how we actually fix this system. It's not one or the other. It's all of the above.
Congressman Mike Lawler, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to bring it back here to the table because in that annual tradition of excerpts of the speech, the moment has come. We just got them. They're in our inbox. Weijia, you've been poring over them as the congressman was talking just then. What jumps out to you in a first pass?
So we knew that the president was going to make celebrating America's 250th birthday a centerpiece of his speech, along with the economy, along with the midterm elections. And I see here that he is trying to tell a story about how the country has shifted since then and what is left to do. He is talking about how the revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the hearts of every American patriot. I see plenty of excerpts here that are going to defend his policies. We know that he's been struggling on the issue of affordability. At one point, he was calling it a hoax. Tonight, he is expected to own it. So he will talk about things that he has done to try to control prices, including his housing policies. He's going to talk about prescription drugs. He's going to talk about the factories and jobs and investment that he says are still pouring into this country, Tony. So it does look like a defense of what he has done so far, while weaving in the historical aspect of the this anniversary that we are about to celebrate that we know, according to his senior advisors, means very much to him.
I want to draw our viewers' attention to that very pretty picture on their screen of the White House, nighttime image, American flag there blowing in the wind. The president is expected to exit from that very house very soon to make his way over to the Capitol building for this address tonight. And the tick-tock of things this evening, some events have already come and gone. The diplomatic corps entered the House chamber around 8:10. 8:25, the chamber lights came on to full strength. And 8:35, if indeed they are on schedule, Speaker Mike Johnson was supposed to call the House to order upon the arrival of the Senate. Maybe someone in control can tell me if that has happened just yet. And the next thing on the calendar here has not happened yet, I'm told. Joint Chiefs will enter the chamber. It's quite a ceremony, Major. You've seen a lot of these.
Many.
Many. What do you still get excited about on a night like this?
Look, it is a convening of all of the American government in one place. you don't usually get the diplomatic corps, the Supreme Court justices, however many want to be there, the top members of a president's cabinet, all the members of Congress invited, and onlookers from across the country looking in one place to hear one speech about the future of the country. I've been doing this since 1991. I always think that the State of the Union is a big deal. Yes, it's just a speech. Some last longer than others, but it is a ceremony about what our government is, what it strives to accomplish, and the American public pays very close attention to it.
It is just a speech, and yet on the other hand, Bob, it's a speech that is at least gestured at in the Constitution from time to time. The
Very debatable gesture. From time to time, the president's going to update Congress. As a reporter, I don't mind the idea of Calvin Coolidge just writing a letter to Congress.
Yeah.
You know, that make our nights a little bit.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little.
But what we're looking at really is an expanded executive. And President Trump has taken it to such a limit, arguably, with how he's testing the bounds of his office. The presidency, in the eyes of many of the founders, was not supposed to be an institution that had all of this spectacle, that wasn't at the center of the American system. But President Trump, perhaps more than any modern president, has put himself not just at the center of the government as some unitary executive, but really in the culture, in the conversation. He's driving foreign policy, domestic policy. He's driving how people talk about sports, the Olympics, music. It's everything, and this is his stage.
It is, but it sounds like you need to write a letter to the LBJ library, because I believe he was the first one to speak in prime time.
And Lyndon Johnson was the first one to speak in prime time. Harry Truman, the first one on television, 1947. This 250th anniversary is a very big deal because it animates a conversation, properly so, about our Constitution and our constitutional rights. And on two issues, the president is in some difficult terrain that are constitutionally rooted. One, tariffs. Supreme Court on Friday said you exceeded the limits of what the law and the Constitution says. Our poll shows 48% want Trump and Congress to work together on tariffs, 43% only Congress, 9% only Trump. For a year, Tony, it's been only Trump. And our poll says 9% favor that. That's a 90-10 against. That's an issue where the president's got trouble. Immigration, border security, that is very strictly laid out in the Constitution, a defined federal power. Internal border security, though, that's where the president now is in trouble. 63%, according to our poll, ICE detentions, too tough. So on these constitutional issues inside the country, due process, are you identified? Are you using judicial warrants or not? These things are fundamental to this 250th conversation. The president wants to dominate that, but not all of those conversations around what the 250th means and our Constitution necessarily in this moment work in his favor.
Important points, weighty matters. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Mike Lawler, Congressman of New York, is saying it's going to go 2+ hours. And we are currently, if 8:35 is when Mike Johnson was supposed to call the House to order, we're coming on 10 minutes late, and the president has yet to emerge. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Along with the First Lady there.
There he is.
Walking to the beast for a rather short drive.
One of the shorter drives. Okay. No copy of the speech in hand. I guess he picks that up along the way.
Or the teleprompter.
Committee.
He will have a bevy of aides. And you know, presidents often make rewrites in the car. It doesn't look like he'll be doing those by hand necessarily, but doesn't mean he won't be ad-libbing a bit. You know, this is a president who, as we all know here, likes to speak to a live audience, gets that sort of call and response sometimes at his rallies. This may be a different dynamic tonight. I don't want to lose the thread that Major put his thumb on there, which he is arriving in a chamber that he is pushing the limits of in terms of, as Bob was saying, executive authority, and can that chamber stop some of his instincts and attempts here? I just also want to underscore that when he gets up and talks about his legislative achievements, he's going to be talking not about reaching across the aisle, as the congressman was calling for him to do, but rather passing something on a party line vote through this process called reconciliation, just Republican line vote. Something President Biden did as well. We need to point that out, that presidents have been so frustrated with their inability to legislate and get parties to actually write policy that they have said, we'll do it on our own, right? But there are limits even to that, how far a president can go. And when we talk about immigration and how the president has reinterpreted the law or regulations, he's done that without changing things in that comprehensive immigration reform that the congressman called for and has been called for decades now. He was reinterpreting some parts of U.S. law. And in fact, that's going to go to the Supreme Court as well. As we know, our colleague Jan Crawford closely following that question of birthright citizenship, quite literally what it means to be an American. Are you born with that right of citizenship?
The stakes are so huge, and the courts are so busy. I'm surprised they have enough clips for all the files. It's very much. You want to get something in here?
Just real quick, we're talking about President Trump's executive power. What's notable is that the Democrats are being somewhat restrained at this moment. Congressman Raskin, when I asked him about impeachment, he was the impeachment manager against President Trump. And he's saying, well, no one's talking about that. We're talking about the issues of the economy. That's a big tell. I just want to read a quick text message I got from Senator Fetterman. He said, tonight, the Democrat from Pennsylvania, I want the exact opposite of last year. No paddles, no yelling, no protests. I don't care who is president, Democrat or Republican. They deserve basic courtesy. So the Democrats might be alarmed about how President Trump uses power, but it's notable that in terms of public presentation, there seems to be an air of restraint ahead of the speech.
He did have that big.
He did have the pin. Yeah, I did notice it. Yeah.
So there's still a little bit of
It looked like he worked at the front desk for a second. I thought it was a name tag of some sort. We're going to fit in a short break and come back in a moment with an interview. Oh, actually, you know what? We're going to hesitate for a moment because we have the first pictures inside the hall, and there, in fact, is Speaker Mike Johnson calling the House into order upon the arrival of the Senate. Let's listen.
Deliver from Congress the votes to get anything the president is calling on them to do.
Yeah, of all the people waiting nervously to see what's in the speech, they probably have some kind of a preview, but they are the ones that would have to deliver on so much of this. As we see what is maybe the first standing ovation of the night, the House is in order as the Senate arrives, and as they make their way to their seats, as we see J.D. Vance there. The aisle hogs are always interesting to watch. The people who find their placement for the cameras and for the bold-faced names, just to have their moment, their handshake. What is the power and the significance of that? Because people wait for hours for those seats.
Yes,
don't they?
Although it's diminished. It's not what it used to be. So about 10 years ago, you really did find a way to get there early, hold that spot, get your handshake, and have this moment. But now everyone's in on it. So it's now derided as that you are taking a cheap way to get yourself a cheap photograph with the president. So its value politically and its value in the large memification of American politics, which has taken on a kind of separate velocity in the last decade or so, has devalued this tradition.
Bob, hold on.
Just to build on. Oh, sorry.
I think we have to pay some bills here, so I'm going to fit in. I'm going to fit in a very short break. When we come back, more from the chamber and an interview with the family of Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. They will be on Capitol Hill tonight for the president's address. Why they say it's important to be there. Our conversation next on CBS News 24/7 special State of the Union coverage.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
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 CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
48 Hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 Hours, 24/7.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
with mindfulness, innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
We are back, our special State of the Union coverage here on CBS News 24/7, and you are looking at a live shot of the House chamber. The Senate has arrived. The session is in order, and the handshaking has begun. They await the president, who left the White House not long ago. Last year, he was blocked by protesters on his journey to a joint address of Congress. We don't have reports on his progress, but we assume he will be here very soon. In the meantime, we want to bring you an interview that happened just moments ago with several Epstein survivors will be there in the chamber tonight attending the State of the Union address. Two Democratic lawmakers are bringing Sky Roberts and his wife, Amanda. Now, Sky's late sister, Virginia Giuffre, says she was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and then trafficked for years, including to former Prince Andrew. Here is the conversation with Sky and his wife, Amanda Roberts, from just a short time ago. Sky and Amanda, thank you again for joining us. We really appreciate it. I'll jump right into the big news from last week. Former Prince Andrew arrested. That is just less than a week ago. What has this last week then been like for your family?
Well, you know, I think it's been a whirlwind of emotions. You know, the initial shock that arrest actually took place, and then the adrenaline and feeling of victory in that moment. We always go back to, like, we wish that Virginia was here. We wish that she was standing here right now. You know, I mean, previously the Bondi hearing and then the news of the arrest and then being here at the State of the Union, it's just very, very surreal. But we're proud of Virginia, and we're happy and proud to stand with survivors today.
You have both been very open about your frustration over the handling of the Epstein files, your outrage at times. Sky, I'm curious, do you think the president will bring up the files in any way tonight?
I mean, I have no expectation for this administration to acknowledge survivors. We saw that very clearly with Pam Bondi. We were standing 3 feet away from her, and she couldn't just even turn around and acknowledge survivors. So do I expect him to do this on this stage? No, but we are showing unity by being together here. And we're also showing that, yeah, this administration may be ready to move on from this, but we're not ready to move on from this, and neither is the world.
So, Amanda, Sky just made clear, and you've made clear at other times, that you have zero confidence in Pam Bondi. But I am curious what your top complaints are. If you were to give me the three biggest ones, what are the complaints against her and also the Department of Justice?
Well, Well, I mean, the Department of Justice completely mishandled this case from the beginning, right? They gaslighted us, told us that they cared about this, and then when they turned around and decided there was nothing to see here, when we know that wasn't the truth, we had to pass a law for them to be held accountable and release the files, and then they released the files and they are violating the laws. We're still waiting for 3 million more documents. They have redacted potential perpetrators and unredacted survivors' personal information and Jane Doe's, and then have explicitly said there's not going to be any investigations. And so it's shameful, and we got to do better. The rest of the world is doing more than we are here. And like my message would be is, Pam, you are a former criminal prosecutor for sex trafficking. This should be something on the top of your list. And so it's just extremely disappointing. If she's not willing to do her job, then we need to find someone who is.
Skye, on the CBS Evening News last week, we were talking about Prince Andrew's arrest. And then I believe it was just yesterday, there was another major figure in the UK, a former ambassador, Peter Mandelson. He was arrested, similar circumstances, ties to Jeffrey Epstein. What's it been like for you to see all this action and movement overseas and so little done here? And why do you think that is?
I mean, first, I always like to commend the king. I think that he's doing a fantastic job in comparison to our own president here. This administration started out running their campaign on this specific topic, and they gaslighted the American public when it came time to actually release these. I mean, there's 3 million more documents. It's shameful. It's completely shameful. And this is not a hoax. This is not a game. This isn't even a political issue. This is a human issue. And every single person who is potentially implicated needs to be fully investigated, period.
Amanda, Skye just touched on this, but I want to give you some space here as well to talk about what you think every American should know about the victims here and about these files, and also about the survivors attending tonight's address.
Yeah. America should know that the Epstein files are larger than names. It is an uncovering of systematic abuse and failure. It is about power that has consistently won over survivors and vulnerable. And so it's the exposure of that. When you look at a survivor, I think it's important to know that, it could be anyone you love. 1 in 4 women will potentially experience sexual assault. And so when we talk about survivors, they are our sisters, they are our families, they are our neighbors, they are our children, they are our friends. And so this is them. And I wish for you to see them in their whole and fullness of who they are. And being with them, it has been extremely healing and empowering. And we miss Virginia in this moment. And I know she would be so proud of her survivor sisters today.
Amanda and Skye Roberts, thank you both very much.
Thank you
very much.
And we have something special now as we take another live look of the chamber there. We have someone inside the chamber, someone very good indeed. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. No camera on Ed right now, but we have audio. Ed, what are you looking at? Do you have eyes on the Supreme Court justices? Which one of them have decided to come? Do you have eyes on the Joint Chiefs? What are you looking at?
Tony, good to be with you from inside the House chamber. This is that one night of the year when the 3 branches are scheduled to be in each other's midst. And we are awaiting the arrival of whoever it is that is attending from the Supreme Court tonight. We expect the chief to be here, John Roberts, but we'll see who else comes with him. Part of the delay here is that you've got a room full of politicians who like to shake hands and make small talk, and that is exactly what they're doing, holding up the introductions for the Chief Justice and whoever else is here from the Supreme Court, from the cabinet. Already having arrived, Second Lady Usha Vance, who will be sitting in the First Lady's box. She'll be introduced in a little bit as well. And a handful of guests invited by the lawmakers who are attending tonight. You're going to see in this crowd in different ways really the human faces behind so many of the rancorous policy debates that have roiled this city and the country in the last several months, whether it's people who have been detained by or the relatives of people who've been detained or deported by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Democrats have also invited people who saw their premiums go up after Obamacare tax credits expired at the end of the year. You can see their House leadership preparing to come in. They'll be escorting in more of the dignitaries. Republicans have invited what they call the victims of illegal immigration, whether it's the president who's invited a young girl who was in a car accident caused by someone who had been given a driver's license by the state of California despite being an undocumented immigrant. Others have invited people from Minnesota and other states that are the victims of illegal immigration as well. So whether they get called out or not, we'll see. Of course, we're also waiting on where exactly the U.S. hockey team is going to be in the room tonight. As you can see, just about every seat's been taken. Okay.
I had a moment earlier today at an interview with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and stupidly for me, before we started rolling, I asked him about the hockey team. He explained the logistics. They cannot have the hockey team down on the floor. There are some legal or regulatory reasons for that. I'm getting nods around the table here. But the gallery up top was full, so they had some fire marshal-related reasons there. But what they've been able to work out, as I understand it, as the Speaker explained it to me, is at a given moment, the team will be invoked. They will walk out onto the gallery, the cheers, applause. They will show off the gold medals, and then they will recede again back into time, into history, and to their glory. Ed, what's going on now? Looks like we've got North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. Ed, I'll toss it back to you to narrate this.
The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
So the Speaker here is introducing the delegation that will bring in the next round of VIPs. The way this works is you get members of the House and the Senate to formally escort them into the chamber. And so that is what we're expecting here in a moment. Of course, it's a long list because you got to have House and Senate members. You got to have Democrats and Republicans. And so he's laying that out here for the record. And in essence, they are headed out to get the president and get the others who we're still waiting for. We are also curious, Tony, tonight to see how many House and Senate Democrats skipped the speech.
Well, I was going to ask you about that, Ed.
A tally that we've been doing throughout the day here suggests at least 57 House and Senate Democrats are skipping out on the speech tonight. In some cases, they're saying that they've sent their invited guest in their absence. That doesn't mean that person gets to sit on the floor of the House, but it means they'll be here in the room to watch while they go to a series of other events that are being held here in town tonight. There's a protest rally down the street here on the Mall. Pausing as we
have a moment of silence here.
Listen to what they're going to do here next. When they're quiet, we're supposed to be quiet. So just give it a minute. Here we go.
Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
So that was Seton Gardner on my dance card tonight, Assistant House Sergeant at Arms, announcing the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. We should see Seton again in a moment announcing the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, whoever they may be in attendance tonight.
Back to the men's gold medal hockey team.
Yeah.
So, as you might imagine, Tony, seats in the gallery are distributed long before this address. Everyone knows the date weeks in advance. So the gallery was already full when they won the gold medal Sunday morning, Eastern time. So there's no room. So the ushers will open the doors from the gallery down, so the hockey players will come down on the stairs, wave and be seen. But there was no room for them, but they found a way. If you win a gold medal in the Winter Olympics, you get an overflow room.
You do. You do. The next major moment that we are anticipating here is the announcement of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, and which, if any, associate justices are there with him. Several of the justices over the years have made it clear in public that they do not like being part of the audience here. It's awkward for them for a variety of reasons. It's particularly awkward today because it was just Friday that court 6-3 invalidated the majority of the president's sweeping global tariffs, and he, boy, oh boy, the words he had for them on Friday. It's going to be interesting to see the interaction tonight. Any of you have reporting on what that dynamic may be like? I would imagine when you read for example, the Wall Street Journal calling that moment of excoriating the justices in public perhaps the lowest moment of his presidency, I would imagine that other members of Congress of the party would come to the president and say, maybe not tonight, sir. Bob.
It's a crossroads for the conservative legal community in this country because they have gotten so much with their relationship with President Trump. They've stacked the federal judiciary. They've gotten people to become justices on the Supreme Court who fit that Federalist Society model. Yet you have so many of them now standing alongside a president who's saying that these justices are corrupt.
Here we go.
Roberts, of course, finding with the majority. Justice Roberts, perceived as a conservative,
authored the opinion.
Authored the opinion and very
saw
much
that it
took
was
the
released
stand.
on Friday.
And said taxation is the realm of the Congress, a co-equal branch of the government. It is illegal for the president to have done what he did. And so it will be interesting to see if there's any kind of exchange there. In that minority is the man, there's Justice Kavanaugh, someone that President Trump said he was very proud of, having appointed him to the court, and Kavanaugh
So just
dissented.
4 justices, Kavanaugh, Kagan, Amy Coney Barrett, and the Chief Justice.
Amy Coney Barrett, another Trump appointee, but she also said the president's tariffs were illegal.
So of that 4, it's 3-1 against the president, just so we're keeping track at home.
It's going to be an interesting journey as the president arrives, makes it through that first aisle, shakes hands on the way up to the dais. What the interaction is like with those justices.
Imagine to be enthusiastic with Justice Kavanaugh.
And perhaps that's it, Tony, because the president has said that, you know, if for those who voted against his tariffs, they are barely invited tonight. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So
And you mentioned, Tony, the words the president used. He called those justices unpatriotic.
Lapdogs, fools. He went very far. Yes. We have to leave it right here for a moment. We're going to fit in a break. Stay with us. President Trump's State of the Union address just moments away. CBS News coverage continues here on CBS News 24/7 and the CBS television network.
When a young woman nearly dies from poisoning,
It just progressively got worse, and someone said it's lead poisoning.
investigators focus on the 2 people she trusted the most.
I was at that time a suspect. Everybody had to be a suspect.
I'm going to ask you a direct question. Did you try to poison your wife?
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here it is.
60 Minutes
I am not looking down.
takes you on the perilous trek to Everest.
Every rock counts. We're so close.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Could you write the next Christmas classic? Plus a tasty French holiday treat. And Kate Hudson and Hugh Jackman make beautiful music. 'Tis the season, Sunday morning.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right. A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Do
you believe this case could be solved?
Yes, I do.
What is your emergency?
I accidentally shot my wife.
Do you think it was accidental? I guess that's the million-dollar question.
It's not a violent crash.
No.
Whoa.
There's our connection. Lady down!
I knew this was going to happen.
Did this look like an accident or something else? Something entirely different.
I never would have guessed how this ended.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Sunday morning, the vaccine that conquered polio, plus Seymour Hersh, a reporter's reporter, and Oscar-nominated actor Rose Byrne. Listen for the trumpet.
This is a CBS News special report. President Trump's State of the Union address and the Democratic response. Here now from Washington, D.C., Tony DeCopel.
So good to be with you on a very big night for Washington, a very big night for the country. This is the first official State of the Union address of President Donald J. Trump's second term. It's a night when our entire government, give or take, and we'll talk about the take part in just a moment, is going to be gathered in the House chamber. They've already begun to arrive just a couple miles from where we are sitting tonight. And with so much of the nation's business at a crossroads this evening, all the issues that matter most to you, from the economy to immigration to foreign policy, we at this table are going to be talking about that tonight, and we expect the president will be talking about it as well. There is typically no bigger speech for a president, certainly no bigger audience on any given night, no grander setting as well, no better chance overall to take the country's undivided attention and to try to shape it. The timing matters a great deal tonight as well, ahead of a major midterm election in the fall, with yet another massive buildup of U.S. military power in the Middle East, and just days after the first significant setback for this White House at the Supreme Court. With the chamber full of a who's who there in Washington, we're also watching for who will not be there. More than 50 congressional Democrats at last count, a record number, have chosen to skip the speech tonight and instead join an alternative event, one or another, all around town. So, for what to watch tonight, for what to listen for tonight, we've got you covered. On all that and more, our entire team is here in Washington with me, and it is an all-star team indeed. Margaret, it's great to have you in particular. You know, you cover this city in a big way every single Sunday. This is a really big weeknight, probably the biggest there is when it comes to politics in the city. What are you expecting tonight? Is 2 hours really in the realm of possibility? How ready should people be?
Get your popcorn and get ready here. No, we do expect President Trump, who loves that call and response and that dynamic, to really relish this moment, and it may go on for a while. I think that's a safe bet. But Tony, in terms of what to expect, we know from our CBS polling that 61% of Americans disapprove of how this president is handling the economy. Tonight, he's going to try to convince them that what they're feeling isn't reality, that they should instead be looking at that stock market boom, that we are instead going to be looking at an inflation rate that he will be correctly able to say has ticked down since he has taken office. But they aren't seeing their wages keep up with what they're spending. We saw the chairman of the Joint Chiefs just a few moments ago on your screen, along with other heads of the military. We may not get clarity on what he is doing with that military buildup in the Middle East, but we know that Thursday he's sending his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff to negotiate with Iran to try to get a diplomatic deal. And from the president, who has spent so much time on foreign policy, he's probably going to focus more on domestic. But today, of all days, it is the mark of 4 years of the largest land war in Europe since World War II. And that has frustrated the president. He hasn't been able to get Vladimir Putin to agree to the peace that he promised would come quickly.
Yeah, we just to clue in our viewers here, direct their attention to the screen. You see, of course, there the First Lady. Just before we came on the air, we had the Joint Chiefs come in, a lot of brass there. We saw the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and 3 associate justices in attendance tonight. The entire cabinet is there as well, and the entire Trump family, including Barron Trump there on the right-hand side of your screen. There's a lot of activity in the hall as we await the president's arrival. And Major, you've seen a lot of these.
Sure.
How's tonight going to be different?
So just a quick word on the sequencing. You don't give a State of the Union until you've been president a year. The president addressed a joint session last year, but it was an economic address articulating his vision as a newly elected president. Let's go back a year, Tony. At that period of time in March of 2025, the president looked as if he wasn't hitting the ground running. He was hitting the ground with a bulldozer, going against the federal bureaucracy, the regulatory state, executive orders outnumbering all of his predecessors in that short period of time, pressuring law firms, pressuring private companies, pressuring universities, all of them bowing or at some level agreeing to pressure tactics from this administration. 1 year in, now there are some signs of restraint institutionally and some signs of apprehension or mixed reviews from the American public writ large. How does the president convey that he still has that momentum and turn around some of this rough political terrain that Margaret and I'm sure others around this table will indicate tonight?
You know, Bob, with this president, one of the things that's interesting is there can be all the signs in the world, but is he seeing them? Is he taking them in? You spoke to him earlier today. What was his state of mind?
When I was on Capitol Hill this week, Tony, so many House Republicans, Senate Republicans, they're nervous about the midterm elections. But when I called up President Trump, he was anything but. On the economy, he said, I've brought down prices. He made claims about affordability. He said he's taking on those economic issues. On immigration, he said he closed the border. He's done a great job. The most interesting thing he said to me was on Iran. He said, quote, we'll find out. He remains coy, as Margaret said, about what he's going to do with this situation that keeps unfolding in the Middle East. And there is a raging debate inside the Republican Party about what he should do. Should he intervene and have a military strike to try to take out any kind of development of Iran's nuclear program, or should he hold back? And people like Steve Bannon are telling me today his base is holding with him at the moment as he navigates this very difficult terrain.
It is very difficult, and I'm so glad you brought up Iran. It's going to be interesting to listen for whether Iran is a big part of this speech, because we've got what the president likes to refer to as an armada, maybe the biggest military gathering in the Middle East since 2003. We have the Sergeant at Arms there,
Speaker, the
William
President
McFarland.
of the United States.
President making a timely entrance tonight, an 8-minute trip from the White House. It's nice when people are blocking and clearing traffic for you. But now a lot of traffic in his way because everybody at this particular moment wants to lean in from the aisle, shake a hand, have a little moment on camera, and share a word with the president on his big night. Major, you've seen a lot of this. The people sometimes line up for hours for this positioning. Is it still, I mean, you can tell something about a president, how it's going, based on how thick they're lined up there along the aisles, can you not?
Yes and no. Clearly, the president loves to have those who are there early adoring him. Most of those are from the MAGA universe on both sides of the aisle. They will take some of the Democratic seats. But it has, over time, become a slightly less valuable picture, a less valuable handshake, because everyone's in on it now. Everyone knows that this is a moment, and moments that are manufactured have lost some of their viability in our memosphere and relentlessly internet devoured and criticized and dissected popular political culture.
Yeah, Bob, you were saying earlier.
These are the House Republicans who love President Trump. What we're all watching is what's going to happen in about a minute. He goes down that hall, that walkway, and he comes across the Supreme Court justices who just ruled on tariffs.
Well, you think about the energy that the president had toward those justices as recently as Friday. Lapdogs, he called them. Fools, he called them. Accused them of being under the thumb, or at least the influence of foreign powers.
And disloyal to the Constitution. Disloyal to the Constitution.
Disloyal to the Constitution. It was a remarkable performance, and yeah, we will be watching closely. Someone else who's watching closely is our Ed O'Keefe. We do not have a camera on him, but he is inside the chamber, and he can tell us what the atmosphere is like. Ed?
Well, Tony, the president's already been confronted with a sign that was held up by Texas Democrat Al Green, who you might catch a glimpse of again if the camera pans right. Something that says, "Black people aren't apes." That is the sign. Texas Democrat Al Green. Black people aren't apes.
We just saw a handshake.
Here goes as he says hello to the justices. Flew by them, shaking the hand of Brett Kavanaugh, who, of course, ruled in favor of the president's tariff policy, said briefly hello to Amy Coney Barrett as he greets members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There are a handful, but not many, empty seats on the Democratic side of the chamber where they are not applauding his arrival, perhaps no surprise. The president there saying hello to the Joint Chiefs, of course, as they are locked in conversations with him about potential military action in Iran. He shakes the hand of John Fetterman, the Pennsylvania Democratic senator, who, as Bob said earlier, is hoping everyone keeps it clean tonight in the chamber. But we've already seen one example of a congressman.
And the president making some pretty good time up to the dais. Go ahead, Margaret.
Center frame there, they want you to see, was that George Washington gavel. It doesn't look like it'll be used, but it is on display as we talk about the president really trying to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country, a nod back to General George Washington, who played such a role there in founding our country. And he's going to, throughout this evening, we know, try to weave in references to many things throughout the past 250 years, including honoring some of our military veterans.
Weijia Jiang's here with us as well. Weijia, you were looking at some of the excerpts that were released of the speech, and the 1776 theme was a big part of that. Let's listen in for a moment here and see if we can hear what the president's saying. Weijia, as a few more hands to shake, and of course those ceremonial copies of the speech will be handed back to Speaker Johnson and to Vice President Vance. That speech, which you've taken a look at some of those excerpts, what stood out to you?
Well, he is going to talk about American history, Tony, but what stood out was how much he will focus on defending his policies, especially as it relates to the affordability issue. We know that he is going to talk about the things that his administration has done that he believes has made life easier for Americans in terms of paying bills and getting those ends met. And he is incredibly frustrated, Tony, that the American public does not receive that.
Of the United States.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This thing kicked off in a timely fashion. Here now, Donald J. Trump, his first State of the Union address of his second term.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states, Under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster. It is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year, we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Raskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Raskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up, and in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Raysel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody, even on this side, was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. Get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight, I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. No more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Governor. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back. And it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug, and they dug, and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 3. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back, too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
10:59 p.m. here on the East Coast. The first State of the Union address of Donald J. Trump's second term is in the books. You saw on the wide shot there. Members rushing for the exits. If they hurry, they can maybe make it in front of the cameras and the iPhones in time for their local news and to get the reaction in. It was an extraordinary speech, the longest to a joint session in history, the longest State of the Union in history. In some ways, vintage Trump, combative, populist, historic for other reasons as well. The first part of the speech, all about the economy, an issue we know a lot of Americans want to hear about. He touts it, but he does so against a wall of negative opinion that we see in our polls. And then really all the energy of the speech, the heart of the speech, on culture issues through the middle. Immigration, gender, voter ID, and a line that wasn't in the script, but he ad-libbed. The first duty of elected officials is to protect Americans, not illegal aliens. He seemed at times to be goading Democrats into reacting, and at times they took that bait. On that note, let's go to Ed O'Keefe, who had a view from inside the chamber as we see the president shaking hands on his way out. Ed?
Tony, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 44 seconds from the president. Felt like a bit of a variety show at times as people came out of various doors here in the chamber to greet the audience, but it got ugly a few times in this deeply divided country. Perhaps no surprise there were visible displays of that divide here in the hall, most especially when the president discussed his ongoing push to remove undocumented immigrants and his new war on fraud, pronouncements that sparked fury among especially liberal Democrats here in the room. When he mentioned ongoing removal operations, for example, California Congresswoman Norma Torres held up a double-sided placard with the photos of Renee Good and Alex Preddy with the words premeditated murder underneath their face and names. They, of course, were killed by federal immigration agents during the Metro Search operation in Minneapolis. Later, when they talked about fraud and accused, quote, Somali pirates of the fraud, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota shouted, "That's a lie. You're a liar." When he continued, when Rashida Tlaib of Michigan shouted, "You're killing Americans. You've killed Americans," the president stared them down as Republicans applauded. A reminder that he's bitterly divided with Democrats on that issue of immigration as he shakes hands here with a handful of the Republicans who stayed behind. The Democrats, Tony, cleared out as fast as they could.
I was wondering who that was. We have Major here at the table. I want to bring the conversation back here to our group watching along. Major, you've seen a lot of these, I think, more than any of us. What stood out to you?
Well, look, before the speech, many Republicans said one of the priorities for the president was to make sure Americans after this speech had a sense that the opposition party was off the rails, was crazy. Their terminology, not mine. Many of the contrasts the president articulated tonight were to drive that message forward. That not only do I disagree with the opposition party sitting before me in Congress, but I disagree with them so strongly and they with me so much that they can't even applaud basic common sense thing. And that line that you mentioned, that he added to the speech, whether it was ad-libbed or not, the first obligation, American citizens versus illegal aliens, was meant to create a visual moment of perpetual contrast. It oversimplifies the issue dramatically. But if anyone has learned how to master that art, some call it a dark art in American presidential politics, it is Donald Trump, and that was on full display tonight.
Bob, you spoke to the president before this speech. Now you've seen it in action. Was it what you were expecting?
It was entirely who President Trump is, not just now, but going back to his first presidential campaign in 2016. Tonally defiant, blunt force politically on all of these issues. Not so much making a speech, but a presentation and a recharacterization of the political reality, trying to put it in his fingerprints ahead of the midterms.
And the joint session is officially over, and that'll do it nearly for us. We're going to fit in a short break. Coming up after the break, the Democratic response from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. You are watching CBS News. Stay with us.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
something that's undeniable.
with mindfulness, innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid? The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right. A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
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 CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Delivering the Democratic response to President Trump's address is Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, 46 years old, elected this past November, becoming the Commonwealth's first female governor. Spanberger served 3 terms in the House of Representatives and is a former CIA officer. With me at the table here is Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, what do we expect?
Well, Abigail Spanberger, as a congresswoman and now as governor, has been very much a moderate, campaigning strongly on energy prices, affordability, and in this special election, in this period of time, this off-year election where she came to office, very much a focus here. You see her taking the podium.
Good evening and welcome
Famously
to
difficult
historic
job.
Williamsburg.
Let's listen in.
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans, and they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOJ, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school, so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Abigail Spanberger, the 75th governor of Virginia, delivering the Democratic response tonight. We've been watching it here in studio. White House correspondent Weijia Zhang along with us. It's a difficult job. She's out of prime time. The president made sure of that. How'd she do?
Well, Governor Spanberger won in November, and her victory was a real wake-up call for Republicans and for the Trump administration. And it is remarkable that she is now taking the two issues that President Trump used to win just a short time before her victory to turn it on its head and appeal now to voters to say, look, he might have won on promising the economy would get better and that his immigration policies would make you as Americans feel safer and more secure. But she's asking a simple question. Has he followed through? And she is arguing that the answer is no.
Bob, you were watching. Oh, Major, yeah.
Tony, real quick. Our polling unit has two symmetrical numbers that I think help us put the whole evening in context. Party affiliation of those planning to watch the State of the Union, 27% independents. Could Trump change your mind about him during the State of the Union? Might change my mind, 27%. Those independents are those whose minds might be changed. That's what the contrast for the Trump was about tonight. That's what the contrast provided by Governor Spanberger is about, trying to find those points of contrast and interest and motivation for those lightly attached nonpartisans who are tuning in and calling themselves independents and who might, according to our poll, change their mind.
Lightly attached nonpartisans, also somewhat of endurance athletes if they're with us from the beginning of 8 o'clock.
Hour, exactly.
8 o'clock coverage straight through. Bob, any closing thoughts?
You see a contrast in the Democrats' message ahead of the midterm elections tonight. Some Democrats were speaking out on the House floor, yelling at President Trump, political war inside the U.S. House. And here you see a centrist governor from Virginia making her case.
And one with a national security background, second year in a row that the Democrats chose a female to represent the party with a national security background, as the president ended his speech talking about some of the most lauded accomplishments in our recent military history.
Yeah, it's an important punctuation point. Thank you for being so kind to an interloper from New York. And thank you to all of our viewers who stuck through us into this late evening. For all of us here at CBS News, that'll do it for our coverage. We'll continue right here on CBS News 24/7, and there will be more on your late local news. And of course, tomorrow on CBS Mornings. I'm Tony DeCopel. Good night. And we are back. CBS News coverage.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
We don't want to accept that there's evil that walks amongst us, but it does.
You know how when you meet somebody, you can't put your finger on it, but something's not right?
You never know what anybody is capable of.
I am a serial killer who's only killed once.
Two other Army officers who are also recovering from their injuries from that raid into Venezuela, a raid that the president wants to use as a model, perhaps, for other military actions in the future.
It was an amazing night, not only because of the length of the speech, but because so much of that length wasn't from the words itself, but from the ceremony around it. We saw, 2 medals of freedom. We saw, 2 medals of honor, a medal of freedom, a Legion of Merit.
Purple Hearts.
2 Purple Hearts.
And a presidential medal of, well, you mentioned the Medal of Freedom for the hockey player.
The Legion of Merit, did you say that there, for Scott Raskin, the aviation survival team?
The bottom line is the president loves awards. He loves getting awards. He loves giving awards. And I think, as we talked about earlier, he understands that this is very important visually.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he was able to point out these heroes, I think, mattered a lot to him.
And the White House knew that the president was going to go long on this speech. So how do you go long, longest ever, and have that a defensible allocation of time? You root it not in you or less about you and more about Americans who have either served heroically or been subject to crimes or other things that are representative of the points you want to make.
Yeah.
How do you make the speech less about you and more about the American experience? Yeah. And I think one of the White House priorities tonight, knowing the president was going to go long, was to have a ready defense that, this isn't about Trump. This is about the American experience.
Well, we didn't hear that call to Congress for major legislation. There were 3 bills that I heard the president call out. The SAVE Act, one of them, which he wants to create legislation that would require some ID when you go to vote. We should note that
I can do a fact check for you.
You can do
a
very quick fact check on it, but if you are not a citizen, you cannot vote. But there's concern about the implication of that. He also called for 2 other bills there, but there was no call like the one your guest, Mike Lawler, made at the top of this program, the Republican from New York, when he said, let's reach across the aisle, let's legislate around immigration. It was actually immigration that became the wedge issue in the speech that drove that yelling match that happened with Congresswoman Omar.
The other advantage of such a long speech, so many moments with awards, also ideas for legislation, is it feeds the algorithm, right? All these moments can get cut up. Everyone who's very interested in it tomorrow and for the days ahead will get that served up on their phones, ready-made. Let's broaden out our conversation once again and go to congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin, while we've been watching the overall speech, I know you were focused in on the Republican side of things, I believe, looking at their reactions. What did you see? What did you hear?
Hey, Tony, it's great to be with you. Just to pick up on what Margaret said, I agree. I mean, there weren't many opportunities that he asked Congress to weigh in here, and that's been kind of the defining moment of this presidency and this Congress. The president has said multiple times throughout this first year of his first term that he doesn't believe he needs Congress to do a lot of these things. Yes, they passed the one big beautiful bill, those tax cuts. Republicans are going to be campaigning on that over the midterm elections. But by and large, he has had a go-it-alone strategy, and Republicans have essentially allowed that to happen. They have ceded a lot of their power when it comes to kind of basic things that they were supposed to do, like trade, like war powers, and some other items there. So what you saw tonight is reflective of what we've seen over the past year, which is a Republican-led conference very supportive of the president. But I would add, there's a reason that he can't get much legislation through this year, even if he wanted to, and that's because the Republican majority in the House is so slim. I mean, right now they are facing this issue where you have a Republican congressman in Texas embroiled in scandal over an alleged affair, and the speaker is not calling for his resignation, saying voters will decide that in the primary next week, but also he really can't afford to lose votes right now. That's how slim the majority is in the House. So as they're gearing up for the midterms, they're going to campaign on that act that they passed last year, but by and large, it's going to be difficult to get anything through this Congress, and the president has made clear that he doesn't really need them.
Doesn't feel he does. That's right. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Nicole Killian with reaction from both sides of the aisle. Nicole?
Yeah, well, overall, it obviously depends who you talk to. Many Republicans, of course, praising the president's speech tonight. I just spoke with Byron Donalds, a Republican from Florida, who said he thought this was the president's best speech yet. But obviously, many Democrats feel differently. And, of course, we saw many Democrats during the course of this speech protest in different ways, whether that was Congressman Al Green, who held up a sign and banner at the outset and was escorted out. He told me that was something intentional that he decided to do. Then you, of course, have those exchanges with Congresswoman Tlaib and Omar shouting back and forth with the president about killing American citizens, calling the president a liar, him telling them they should be ashamed for not standing. So there were some very divisive moments there as well. And some Democrats who were in the room tell me that, look, that tension that you saw on screen was very real. And really for Democrats, they see this as a contrast in what the president was presenting around the issues of affordability, for instance, and what they say many Americans are feeling at home, that they are not feeling that many people out there are still struggling. So this kind of disconnect, I'm told by one lawmaker, was one example where Democrats really feel differently, that the president is telling a different story than what many Americans are actually feeling. That being said, when you take it back to many Republicans, of course, they feel that the president hit this out of the park and that it was really important for him to address issues like affordability, especially at the outset of this address, because we know that that is a point, an issue that will be well litigated in this midterm election year. As we know, these pocketbook issues are always top of mind for voters, Tony.
Yeah, they really are, Nicole. Thank you very much. And on that note, on the economy and the pocketbook issues, I want to go to Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who's also been watching this with us. The economy, a big part of particularly the first third of the president's remarks. What stood out to you?
Two things, Tony. The first was when the president was talking about tariffs, touting all of the revenue that was coming in. And it was a line that made me go, wait, hold on a second. He said that we could even get to the point where the tariff revenue would replace income tax. And so I'm sort of thinking to myself, okay, well, how would that work? It is a bit of a pipe dream, but I ran the numbers, and you would need to bring in over $2 trillion in tariff revenue every year to actually make that happen. Now, if you think about how tariffs have played out this time around, we haven't seen the runaway inflation that a lot of economists expected. Now, sure, some small businesses are hurting. Some people are seeing, prices go up, but it hasn't been that big runaway piece that people were predicting. But if you were to go so far as to have enough tariff revenue to replace your income tax, you would have to have a world where businesses, U.S. businesses who are paying those import taxes, pass that on to consumers. So in point of fact, you and I would still be paying that money. So that was one thing that stood out to me. The other thing, just to put a button on what Nicole was saying, is this idea of affordability. And I heard a lot of things from the president about the economy that were long-term fixes. but not enough focus on immediate fixes. And so when I'm talking about long-term fixes, I'm thinking the Trump accounts, the trillions of dollars of investment by foreign nations, by corporations that the president touted, even the access to government-type retirement accounts. Those are all really exciting things for people listening to it. And, you know, honestly, if I put on my economist hat, I don't want my president only being focused on immediate things, because that's where you see handouts and stimulus checks, which aren't really helpful for the economy in the long term. But if I put on my midterm election voter hat, especially someone in that middle to low income bracket, there wasn't enough focus on what is going to make me feel better in the short term. And I go back to what Governor Spanberger, right at the beginning of her speech, she said one of her first questions is the president focusing on affordability enough? And I think for those listening tonight, they didn't hear enough of the immediate term, Tony.
It's a very interesting point. Kelly O'Grady, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Going back to the table here, when we think about what this speech set out to do, what it had to do, this question of addressing economic pain, would the president sympathize? Would the president come up with solutions? I think the reality is that it's very difficult for a president, even a powerful one, to influence the economy. And so you see that turn in the second half of the speech and then in the final third to other matters, Margaret.
No, you're right. For any president, their powers are limited to a certain extent, how much they can control the economy. But we've been talking about this for years now, even during the last president. It's how people feel, not necessarily just what the data point is or the fact that the stock market is rallying. And for the president, in what he referenced there as the centerpiece of his economic agenda, tariffs, he said both that it had fixed things, but also that he won't ask Congress to make them enshrined in law. So he didn't give you a clear, here's how I'm replacing that linchpin part of my economic agenda.
By the way, the tariffs have not fixed anything. And I had a conversation with the speaker on this. Manufacturing, which they were designed to revitalize, is in retreat still. There has not been a resurgence. And the selling of American goods overseas, the opening up of markets, which Steve Scalise argued on our morning show this morning was the purpose, that has yet to happen as well. And we've seen it in the data. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make that point.
No, we talk about this on Face the Nation all the time because those rhetorical things can contradict each other, right? Because then you would also have a conversation, the administration official would tell you that manufacturing is actually going to go the way of artificial intelligence and robots. So which jobs and to whom, right?
Yeah.
And the trade deals, are they still holding? But that's a longer term argument. On what Kelly was talking about with indebtedness, the tariffs were supposed to solve for that, right? To fix all the American spending problems long term. The president didn't make up for that in his speech at all. In fact, we're at an incredible place of spending. Those tax cuts he mentioned will add $4.2 trillion to the national debt through 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office. So the big picture questions were definitely not answered.
Bob, what are you going to be talking about tomorrow with your sources? What do you think is going to linger from this speech tonight?
After that presidential debate between then candidate Trump, former President Trump, and Vice President Harris in 2024 in Philadelphia, I ran into him behind the scenes, and I said, what do you think? A lot of people thought he lost that debate because he was just a barrage of negativity against Vice President Harris. And he said, I won. I overwhelmed her with this kind of constant invective about her record. And that's his political method. That tonight, if you watch this and you sat here for 2 hours and it's presentations of medals and compelling stories about great Americans and their service to the country mixed with very pointed political attacks, there is at some level an incoherence to what he's doing rhetorically. But having covered him for a long time, what I'm going to talk to my sources about is he really able to paint the Democrats with the brush he chose tonight, with this wide swath of kind of casting them as a party of failure, as almost an anti-American party. This is going to be a vicious midterm battle in the months ahead. And President Trump sounded the call tonight to his party, don't back down, lean in to the negative.
Yeah, and that was well thought out ahead of time, because one of the lines that was scripted, which might have appeared ad-libbed at home, was, these people are crazy. These people are crazy, a reference to the Democratic half of the hall.
Let me just talk about the midterms in terms of the president trying to preemptively poison the well on the outcome. He said non-citizen voting is rampant in this country. That is completely false. Don't believe me. Believe the Heritage Foundation, Tony, which created Project 2025 and has created the personnel mill for this Trump West Wing. They have run a 20-year survey of prosecutions of non-citizens voting in this country. 20 years, 85 cases. It is illegal under federal law for a non-citizen to participate. The president made it feel like nobody does voter ID. 36 states have some form of day of voting voter ID. And the Help America Votes Act requires federally, if you register to vote, you have to have a driver's license, a bank statement, a utility bill, or something that matches your address to register to vote. There are protections in our system. Non-citizen voting is not rampant. Again, not me. The Conservative Heritage Foundation has tracked this for 20 years. So that is a preemptive way to try to poison the well. It is false. And I haven't written the book about this, but I have written a book about this. And I take this very seriously because it's at the core of participation and belief in the verifiable results that follow.
And he has said other things as well. Recently, he talked about the need to federalize elections. And when asked to clarify, he said, well, the states do it right now, but perhaps they shouldn't if they don't do it correctly. And ultimately, after many more rounds of questioning about what exactly he meant by nationalizing elections, he started talking about the SAVE Act. But it's not just the mechanism of the election that he is trying to shape already. He is setting low expectations for the midterms. And he has done this now for several months to say, for some reason beyond me, and perhaps it's psychological, I can't explain it, but the incumbent always loses. So he is setting himself up for a loss because he's well aware of his polling numbers. He's well aware of how his message may not be resonating. And that is precisely why he is so fired up, to Robert's point, and why much of this speech was an argument for another 3 years. Because if the Republicans lose control of Congress, the president's entire legislative agenda is null.
Yeah, well, it was a Super Bowl-like evening for people who follow politics very closely. They may want to go to ChatGPT and ask them to write an email to their boss, because you'll be coming in late if you made it all the way to 11:41 now. I do thank all of our viewers and all of you here for guiding us through this. I appreciate it. Weijia, Major, Bob, and Margaret, Nicole, and Caitlin Huey-Burns as well, and Kelly O'Grady. It's been a wonderful time this evening. A lot of ground was covered, and that completes our coverage here on CBS News of President Trump's State of the Union. There will be more tomorrow, of course, on CBS Mornings, and right after this break, CBS News 24/7 will air the Free Press State of the Union show. I'm Tony DeCopel. Good night.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid? The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry. that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gayle King.
Hey!
CBS Mornings.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
Let's bring in someone who can help us make sense of this speech, one of the great experts in foreign policy of our time. We have Elliot Abrams, Senior Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, former Deputy National Security Advisor under George W. Bush. This just keeps on going. And former Special Representative for Iran, we keep on going, and Venezuela in the Trump administration. Elliot, you're a busy man. Thank you for coming here.
My pleasure. Not usually busy at 11 o'clock at night.
So I'm curious, the president did address Iran. He gave us a litany. He gave us the rap sheet of the various obscene crimes that Iran has perpetrated against Americans, against our allies and friends. I didn't necessarily get, or at least I didn't feel as though I got tremendous clarity regarding the demand and what's coming next. But I wonder, what did you read, from his remarks on Iran? I mean, everyone's eyes are on this right now. There's no one who knows more about Iran and U.S.-Iran relations than you. So talk to us about it.
My thought listening to him was that we are going to do a strike. Why else go through that whole litany of what they've done if you just plan to, in essence, walk away and turn all the boats around? He did get it wrong in a way. I mean, the only foreign policy thing that took even a few minutes was Iran. We get to Venezuela in a second, but what he said was they didn't say the secret words that they aren't going to build a nuclear weapon. That's not the issue. According to them, it's a lie, it's false, but according to them, there's a fatwa that prevents them from building a nuclear weapon. They don't want nuclear weapons. They never wanted nuclear weapons.
How dare you even suggest that they would do such a thing?
Right. Exactly. So those are not the secret words. There are no secret words. In fact, their words are useless and worthless. What you want is for them to stop. So it was odd to me that, I don't know what kind of fact checking, if any, they do on the State of the Union speech, but that was an odd way of putting it. Since they have said those secret words and lied about them or through them for years and years. But I thought going through that litany of how terrible this regime is, how many Americans have been killed, it seemed to me to be building toward a justification for having to hit them again. He said, we told them you can't rebuild. Well, obviously they are rebuilding. So, it's hard to predict with Trump, but it seemed to me that we were moving again.
Elliot, you've been a champion of civil society, of democracy, human rights, labor. This has been a central preoccupation for you. Did President Trump say enough about the slaughter of protesters? Did he say enough about that piece of what's unfolding in Iran right now and kind of to help Americans understand exactly what we're up against?
He mentioned it. He did say there are maybe 30,000 killed. What he didn't do in the case of either Iran or Venezuela, was use the dread word democracy.
Yes.
He did not say we want Iran to be a democracy. He did not say we want the people to be able to rule themselves as we have done for 250 years. I don't think he used the term democracy or liberty or freedom or human rights in this whole 2 hours, which is really, it's really striking. He did say it's an old formulation, but it's a good one. I will never allow the world's largest, greatest state sponsor of terrorism to have a nuclear weapon. Again, it seemed to me to be leading toward striking, and it's hard to believe that Witkoff is going to pull a rabbit out of a hat on Thursday when he talks to the Iranians. I did want to say a word about Venezuela.
Please.
Yeah.
What did he talk about? He talked about Iran, NATO, Venezuela.
And nothing about the opposition, nothing about Machado, some
nothing,
speculated that she might be
Venezuela,
there.
He said they have a bright new beginning, and we are, quote, working closely with their new president, Delcy Rodriguez. Now, that is not American policy. Delcy Rodriguez is not president. She cannot possibly be the legitimate president. She follows on from Maduro, who's in our prisons, and we viewed as an illegitimate president. So, in a sense, he's just not following his own policy, unless, which I doubt, he now is announcing a policy change is going to treat her as president. The reason we don't have an ambassador accredited to her is she's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. But you're right, nothing about the opposition, nothing about we want new elections, nothing about Maria Corina Machado. So all of that is really disturbing. The most disturbing part of it was his kind of lauding the regime remnants who are now in power.
Is that a matter of daylight between President Trump and, let's say, the folks who are more assiduously focused on Venezuela, the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, other folks who do seem to know and care a lot about how to apply leverage, how to kind of work our way towards a transition? Does the president just not care about that? Is he just not engaged?
I think if you asked Rubio to state the policy, he could speak for a few minutes and describe it. I don't think the president can do that. And what he said tonight, and again, don't they have any fact checkers? Is just wrong. It's not U.S. policy. It was interesting to me that he lauded Rubio that way. It was interesting partly because he was standing in front of J.D. Vance, and he did not actually treat Vance that way. He could have. So I just, I think of that both in terms of foreign policy, where they have, Rubio and Vance have different views, and in terms of 2028. If you want good news, though, it's worth saying he did say that the NATO allies are our friends and allies, and he didn't mention Greenland. We should be thankful for that.
Yes.
That
does seem to be completely behind us now.
All right. Well, that strikes me as a somewhat low bar when it comes to a president talking about foreign policy. It's like, well, at least he didn't talk about invading Greenland this time. I'm curious what you said about Iran and striking Iran and what you think that's going to look like, because we now seem to have, might not be a matter of U.S. policy, but we do now have a model when it comes to that stems from Venezuela in terms of dealing with Delcy Rodriguez. Axios reported that Marco Rubio is talking to Fidel Castro's grandson. It seems like some sort of similar deal there, where we could deal with some sort of different version of the communist regime. But I'm wondering if a strike against Iran, we're not talking about a limited strike like we saw during the 12-day war. We have an armada there. We're looking at something more serious than that. We're looking at perhaps a prolonged air campaign against the Islamic Republic. Is that what you're saying?
No, I actually don't think that he wants to do that. I think he would like to do what he did last time, or what he did in Venezuela, or the killing of Soleimani, which is you announce it when it's over, and then it is over. And I think that if we do that, we will have the Omanis, Qataris, Turks pass messages to Iran saying, this is like last time. This is not a campaign. We're not trying to do regime change. So watch out how you respond to this. And of course, they didn't respond really in the last round, Midnight Hammer. And I think the Great Armada is partly to say to them, don't do it. If you kill Americans, you're done. Don't do it. So I think that's what he would like to have happen. And then you can say, you know, they rebuilt, so I had to destroy what they rebuilt. And now we can go back to negotiations, and I'll send Witkoff again. I don't know that will work. They may respond more aggressively because two things are different now. One is last June happened, and two, you've had the war with Israel and the uprising. Mm-hmm. So the regime is feeling weak, and I don't know whether they would fear that if they didn't respond, they will look even weaker. The danger, of course, there is maybe they don't respond against us. They respond against the Gulf Arabs, or they respond against Israel. Yeah. And in the case of Israel, if they hit Israel, Israel is going to hit them back, and then it does continue for more days.
But do you see the strikes? So do you see the strikes taking place against the nuclear sites again, or was he hinting at something more like what we did in Venezuela, more of a decapitation of the regime? You think it's more of just a targeting of the nuclear sites again?
I think it's a targeting of nuclear and missile sites. Yeah. Again, not with decapitation at the start, but again, if they kill Americans, then all bets are off. Yeah. Then I think people will go for the jugular.
It does seem as though, one conversation you hear is about the prospect of a military coup, of the IRGC seizing control of the Iranian state. And it sounds as though, we're not especially concerned about who is doing what, or, if that is what unfolds, provided their ability to attack U.S. interests is degraded. Is that a fair characterization of where these guys are?
Yeah, and provided if there is a new government, the president doesn't care, whether it's democratic or repressive or what it is, as long as they do what we want them to do. If there were a military coup in Iran and the new government said, we don't want nuclear weapons, we're going to have the IAEA come in and disassemble everything, we're going to break with Russia and China, I think the president would say, fine. The problem with this, and the problem with the deal, if we get a deal, is that it constitutes a lifting or brings a lifting of sanctions. If you do that now, you are completely abandoning the people of Iran. I mean, we are now 42 or 3 days from those protests and the murder of tens of thousands of people. We're going to do a deal with the regime and start lifting sanctions. It's really disgraceful. I would say again, I don't think any good deal, any real deal is possible. I don't think the regime will make the real concessions it needs to.
You've been willing to criticize, but also to praise the president. He has made some bold foreign policy decisions his predecessors would not have on Iran, on a range of other issues. So for you, 2026, what does a successful Trump foreign policy look like? What are the 2 or 3 things you'd want to see him do that you see as broadly consistent with his worldview, with his, his gut?
Well, there's nothing inconsistent about having a better relationship with NATO, and what he said today suggests he's not averse to that. I would like to see him elevate more the defense of the United States as opposed to mercantilist transactions, for example, with China. He seems to be very concerned about his April visit to Xi Jinping and about keeping relations with China on an even keel. We had a pretty good consensus in this country that the great threat to us is China. And he seems to be moving away from that. It's one of the interesting things about his 2-hour speech tonight. He did not say that we're in the middle of the greatest war in Europe since World War II. And when he mentioned Ukraine for about 1 minute, he did not say that the cause of the war was Russian aggression. And he really said, did he say the word China? This is the greatest challenge to the United States in the 21st century. Absent.
It was
totally.
Striking.
Yes.
Striking.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you said earlier about they kill Americans, all bets are off. What does that look like exactly?
I think it looks like a greater attack on their military that is destroying as much of it as we can, first. Second, it may look like some kind of attack on economic targets, for example, their ability to export oil, which is the key thing. And it may look like trying to decapitate the regime. I don't know if we know or if the Israelis know where the supreme leader is hiding, and he is hiding. But they did a pretty good job, the Israelis, in taking out a lot of people at the top of the regime. We could be trying to do that too. That is, if they, let's say, sink an American ship and kill a lot of American sailors, then I think the idea that the president might try to bring down the regime becomes much more real. In that case, nobody is going to blame him for a greater effort.
Say the IRGC did take control of Iran. Is there a universe where the IRGC, an IRGC-run government, again, a government run by an organization that we have designated a terrorist organization, is more moderate, is more conciliatory, is more willing to make a deal with Trump? Do you see that as some sort of plausible outcome here?
Well, I wouldn't dismiss it. That is, it depends on whether you think they are all, deeply religious believers, or whether they would say, look, what we need to do is stay in power, hang together, or literally hang separately.
Keep the racket going.
Yeah.
Keep the racket going. So what do we need for that? We need to get the Americans to lift sanctions. Above all, that's what we need. So let's make this deal. Let them take the nuclear stuff out. We don't need that for internal controls. If Trump will let us do the internal controls, then we can make the rest of these deals. I don't think that's impossible. I think it's immoral. I think it's a complete abandonment of the people of Iran. But I don't think it's completely impossible.
All right. Elliot, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate your time.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
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 CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it.
The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
Next up, we're joined by Peter Savodnik, senior editor at the Free Press, and Eliana Johnson, editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, one of the great publications. Guys, what'd you make of that? Peter, yeah, you can start.
Look, it's an election year, so the only thing that really matters insofar as the election is concerned is, does Donald Trump and by extension the Republican Party look better or worse than before the speech? And I think in that regard, he was adequately inoffensive. You know, he was Trump. It was the Trump show, and there was all the ad-libbing stuff and the kind of the New York City demeanor and the kind of gruffness, but also the kind of the surliness and the comedy and all that. I think that people are by now very familiar with. I don't think he alienated, you know, like a large number or even like any sizable number of voters in, you know, the suburbs of Atlanta or Phoenix or Philly or any other place where elections are going to be competitive this year. So in that regard, I think it was probably not damaging to Republicans. I don't know that it was as strong as it could have been or as helpful as it could have been.
Again, we have the low bar issue. It's
very
like
low.
No invasion of Greenland didn't make Republican odds worse. But I'm wondering, Eliana, do you think? Do you have a more positive take on this? Do you think?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Look, I have criticisms of the speech. I have criticisms of his message on the economy, some criticisms of his message on Iran. But I actually thought that the speech was quite successful by what I think Trump's metrics were. And I liked it. I thought he hit his big issues, which were the economy and immigration. He successfully, I think, refocused the issue of immigration away from the Minneapolis fiasco and back onto criminal illegal immigrants as well as fraud. These guys went into Minneapolis supposedly because of fraud, and it turned into a spiraling story about ICE murdering American citizens. And you could see the president trying to reel that back in and refocus the message tonight. Number two, he addressed Iran and tried to make a case to the American people for what seems like forthcoming military action. I think that was important, at least telling the American people that Iran is responsible for the murder of Americans, and that by his light, it's important Iran not get a nuclear weapon. And number three, and I think most important, should probably be number one, he bookended the speech with things that left me, and I think all Americans, normal people who are going to take this in clips, feeling positive and good about the country. He started it bringing in the hockey players, and he ended it by giving out these 2 medals of honor. And I think it was symbolic that they were given, one to somebody who was 100 years old and a member of the greatest generation for heroics in the Korean War. And two, the second one, the second one was given to the 100-year-old. The first one was given to a member of Gen Z for heroics in this Maduro capture. And how can you not feel positive and good about those things? And when he talked about those things, he highlighted things that genuinely are great about this country. And I thought he actually stuck the landing at the end, talking about America at 250, and that this is just the beginning for what is a great country, and that the golden age of America is upon us. I mean, who couldn't like that? So he gets high marks from me. If you want to talk about the criticisms, happy to do that. But overall, I give it a thumbs up.
Well, I'm curious. So Peter and Eliana, I'm curious. So Eliana touched on the refocusing, the kind of, resetting the table on immigration, focusing on where he wants to focus, foreign policy. He did endeavor to make the case for military action against Iran. But let's zero in on trade and the cost of living. There's no question that the president has experienced real erosion on those issues. Unemployment remains relatively low. We certainly are not in a recession just yet. Inflation, look, I mean, there's a lot of anxiety that inflation is headed back up, right? There's real concern about this. So, Peter, I wonder, the president was saying the economy is great, right? It's the best it's ever been. It's this, it's that. But do you think that he really was able to craft an effective message on that? What did you take away?
Yeah, I don't think that he countered this kind of metastasizing feeling that there's a great deal of sort of economic uncertainty. The most interesting thing he said about the economy, which I wish he would have gone into more. I'm not sure that the president fully grasped what he was getting at, was when he talked about the tariffs, and he was really kind of getting at the tariff as becoming the sales tax that's meant to replace the income tax, right? And so it's the shift from equity to efficiency, and that is very interesting. It's in keeping with longstanding conservative policy, and I think there's a good argument to be made for that. And actually, he was kind of he was more than nodding at that. He was kind of like scratching the surface of that. And I think he could have gone further there. I mean, one of the interesting themes that courses through this speech is that there are these moments where he kind of flicks at Ronald Reagan. I mean, the peace through strength moment was emblematic of this, but he never really kind of goes all the way. He never harkens back because he's constantly straddling. He wants to be a conservative and a populist at the same time. He wants to be of the Republican tradition and at the same time revolting against it. Will, it's a little bit apropos what you were saying earlier, where everything is great except for what the president has touched. There's this strange kind of bifurcation about everything with Trump. So with regard to the economy, Ryan, I thought that the stuff on the tariffs was the most interesting. The way he handled the Supreme Court having shot down the unilateral tariffs was I mean, again, adequately deft. He didn't sound too bitter. I think there was some wondering whether he would, have a nasty word for Gorsuch. He did not. So I guess in that respect, he rose above slightly expectations. But more substantively, what was interesting was this idea of this shift away from an income tax toward a sales tax, which I do think is fascinating, and I would love to hear more about.
Eliana, I wonder if you have any thoughts. You said that you might have approached the economic message differently. So where do you think that he didn't get it quite right?
Yeah, I think some of his numbers were not quite right, although I'm not sure how closely, the average person's going to be tracking that. His number on gas, I'm not sure, gas under $2 a gallon is not really tracking with what I'm seeing. But the larger point is, he said this has been a turnaround for the ages and the economy is roaring again. I'm not sure that's consistent with what we are seeing in polls, where people are registering disapproval, and it's Republicans who don't identify as MAGA and independents. And President Trump and Republicans need these voters if they're going to succeed in the midterms. And what I think he needed to do, the missing piece of this, is something I'm not sure this president is constitutionally capable of doing, which is to say, we still have a ways to go. We're working on it. We're not all the way there. I understand that people are hurting.
Yes. Yes.
He's not quite capable of delivering a message that says, hey, we're just getting started. We're 20% of the way there, and we've got 80% to go. He can only really say we've achieved 120% of what we set out to accomplish, and it's only been 12 months. So I think that might be, asking too much given who the man is, but that is actually the message that I think voters need to hear, analyzing this from a purely political perspective.
Yeah, I think your original point, though, Eliana, I think was really well taken about how he wove the heroes and the medal giving throughout the speech. Let us celebrate these great Americans, wrapping himself in the flag. I do feel like, he is leaning into a real natural Republican advantage there, which is just the embrace of patriotism, the put out more flags aspect that Democrats, particularly on the left, can be a little bit less comfortable with. But
Well, I would just say we saw that I'm sure we all saw this New York Times article today from The Athletic that criticized the hockey players for attending the speech. But then when they came in during the speech, like all the Democrats stood up most of them stood up to applaud them. And then basically all of them stood up when the president said, and the women's team will be visiting the White House as well, because really it's something that basically all normal Americans feel proud of. And I think the president was right to channel that in the speech.
Yeah. And it's something that trips up Democrats, as we saw in that New York Times article. It's insane to not be proud of the American hockey team. That picture
or to
of
criticize
Jack Hughes.
them for embracing their country regardless of who's president.
Yeah, of course. You don't really want hockey players to be political. You don't really want athletes to be political in general, generally speaking. I know not everybody shares that opinion, but I would say that that is a majority opinion. I do feel like there were some successes tonight in terms of the patriotic, rousing, good Americans, let us celebrate these great Americans. Again, I don't love the handing out the medals of honor at a State of the Union speech. I don't like mixing what is essentially a political event with something like that. I think it tarnishes it a little bit.
I realize the more sophisticated take is that, ultimately very few people are watching the 2 hours. It's all about the clips. It's all about the moments. I get that. But man, Peter, Eliana, so you guys both thought that 2 hours was totally
No.
maybe I'm just a cranky middle-aged man who likes to go to bed at 9.
Instagram at the end.
Too long.
Way too long.
Yeah.
Way too long. But didn't you guys feel like, the bookends really channeled his talent for showmanship, but it almost had the feel of, an Oprah's Greatest Things or The Price is Right, where it was like, you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Freedom. And then one guy got an uncle, back from Venezuela. So it did have a little bit of that feel, but that's the president who's
and all the
greatest
babies
showman and communicator, maybe in the history of the United States.
And all the babies get money. He's
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
around. Yeah. It's nice to have.
And the IVF mom gets the prescription.
The IVF mom, that was a real moment. That was something right there. All right, Peter and Eliana, thank you so much for being here. Have a great
Thanks,
night.
guys.
We really appreciate you staying up late. We apologize for the president going so long.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid? The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry.
that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah. Good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7. CBS Mornings.
Now we're joined by Free Press reporter Gabe Kaminsky and Racket News founder Matt Taibbi. Guys, how you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
There you are. All right, now you're showing up. Matt Taibbi, what'd you make of that speech?
So I've seen a lot of unsuccessful, meandering, bad Donald Trump speeches on the campaign trail and elsewhere. I thought comparatively this was a very successful speech. I'm a little bit surprised actually by some of the criticisms by some of your other guests. For Donald Trump, when he's not being crazy, when he's not talking about invading Greenland, and when he's reorienting his message around the thing that got him elected last year, which is to relentlessly hammer the theme that he and his party are America firsters, and that the other party has difficulty applauding for things like religion or patriotism. That's when he wins, and I think he did a very good job tonight with that. For Donald Trump, I think that was a very successful speech.
So because he was so obsessively focused with making the case about protecting the country from danger, is that the kind of core of it?
Well, look, he won the 2024 election fairly comfortably using these exact themes. And what's hurt him in the time period since has been a series of scandals involving overreach in the First Amendment. He's lost a considerable amount of ground on his core issue of immigration, and he went to great lengths to try to reassert his advantage there. You have to remember that neither party right now is very popular. So these little advantages in certain issues matter quite a lot. And when Trump sticks to the things, to the areas where he does have an advantage, like DEI, immigration, the trans issue, he had a moment there in the speech tonight, he wins. It's a moment where neither party has a lot of popularity, and I think the messaging for this situation was good.
So Matt, before we turn to Gabe, I do want to know, what is your sense of what the left ought to be doing, given that President Trump has been shrewd, refocusing, these are the issues that kind of galvanized his plurality in 24. What do you think that they ought to be doing in order to kind of regain ground?
Well, if you look at the polling with Democrats, you see that the number of people within the party who feel positively about Democrats is lower than it's ever been, according to a poll that started in 2001. And the reason for that is, 4 in 10 of the people in the party feel they're not going aggressively enough against Donald Trump, and 1 in 10 feel that they're not articulating a message clearly enough. I think it's much more the latter is the problem. They're properly focusing on things like affordability when the last year was not great for the economy. The year started off well for Trump, but 2025 was not great. The problem, the area where they have real trouble on the left is letting go of issues that are total losers politically, like the trans issue, and the immigration issue, frankly, right? Like they've managed to turn it around because Donald Trump is overplaying his hand with the ICE raids. But otherwise, what happened under the Biden administration was extremely unpopular. So I think they need to let go of the things that are hurting them and focus on the economic issues.
Gabe, I want to ask you, we're looking at a midterm where the vast majority of people think that at the very least, Democrats are going to retake the House of Representatives. I mean, it would be an astounding feat if the Republicans were able to hold on to the House.
And the Senate seems to be within reach.
The Senate is within reach. It's going to be tough. It's going to rely on states. It's going to rely on defeating Susan Collins, who's you earlier accurately described as the Terminator. Wins in Alaska, wins in Texas. These are difficult things. But Gabe, I'm wondering, after tonight's speech, do you expect any kind of bump for Republicans, any jolt of hope or anything like that? Is there any sense after that speech that Republicans are in better standing as they head into the November midterms?
I think that I would say that one thing about the speech, I was expecting Trump to be calling on Congress to pass his tariffs, which expire in 150 days. That did not happen. And I mean, my main thought is, I feel like he did not do that because he recognizes that that's an issue that it's not exactly easy for Republicans, and particularly in the House, to be running on in the elections. I mean, they got struck down by the courts in a lot of these states, affordability being the primary issue, terrorists driving up costs, particularly manufacturing. In Trump world, some of the main reactions I had gotten, one Trump advisor told me they were surprised he stuck to the script as much. I think that script was a former Trump advisor was sort of talking about how they, were very pleased with him being high energy, which they defined as like the best thing possible. I think that he was touting his some of his fiscal accomplishments and then vowing to do more in certain ways, which did work to his benefit. So he announced this AI announcement related to data centers. So telling major companies that they have an obligation to pay for their own power needs. AI is a huge issue in the midterms. He did not talk about AI very much. AI super PACs are spending hundreds of millions of dollars. It's dividing the parties in pretty unique ways.
It could stand to wipe out every entry-level white-collar job in America, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
and beyond that.
That's the argument of Republicans. And I know I was speaking the State of the Union was wrapping up, I was speaking with Kelley and Conway's polling firm, and they were pointing me to how they do believe that AI data center initiative is actually really crucially important for at least his message as far as moving the economy forward. They think that that's an issue in communities where they're concerned about rising electricity costs, water costs, and they think that. So I think he touched on AI and that worked to his benefit, but he definitely could have.
It's also keeping the economy afloat. Kind of also CapEx. Kind of this is something where if you remove that stool, it could be ugly.
Right. Yeah. I am sort of struck, though, by the fact that we didn't, these two massive issues, China and AI, he did sidestep, essentially. Narrowed in on the data centers, but it was amazing what he didn't say. Like with Charlie Parker, the notes he didn't play.
Yeah.
That was the interesting stuff there. Was that Charlie Parker? Am I getting that jazz guy right?
I'm afraid my command of jazz is limited.
Yeah, but
I can scat for you though.
Yes.
We
All right.
can revisit that.
When we hit the real after show, Ryan here is going to scat for everybody. But I do feel, would you guys agree, this is my main takeaway from the speech. In that 2 hours, there was a pretty good 40-minute speech. I'm throwing that to both of you.
I think that what he succeeded at. So this speech was written by Vince Haley, who's Trump's domestic policy council head, and Vince Haley's the architect of Trump's America 250 initiative. It's really like his baby, and I think you could really see that in the speech that Vince wrote. Like Trump was trying to orchestrate this vision of patriotism. The most unifying moment easily of that speech was the hockey moment. I mean, that was like the only time that both sides stood. Actually, the only other time people all stood up was the stock trading mention where Elizabeth Warren.
You even had Elizabeth Warren on video. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think he succeeded in that regard. I think that where he did not succeed was the granulars. There's a former Trump advisor who told me this that I'll just read. He said, he touted his accomplishments as he should and rightly blamed Democrats for the economic hole he is digging us out of. But I wish there was more acknowledgement to Americans who are not yet feeling economic relief. I would have liked to hear a message to those pocketbook voters who are still feeling squeezed. It's interesting perspective as someone who, former advisor to Trump, who does think that he could have been more granular on economy.
Right. I mean, there's the affordability issue, but which is another thing that he didn't quite get into. But it seems like the president's powers to lower prices right now extremely limited, and there was a tacit acknowledgement of that in the speech.
I do think that the idea of acknowledging to say that we're making progress, but there's more to be done. Matt, I do want to, while we have you, just ask you a little bit about the politics of AI, the data centers, and what have you. This seems incredibly potent, and I wonder, is your mental model that this is going to look like a kind of horseshoe? There are going to be populists on the right and left, kind of going after the hyperscalers, after these companies, and then there's going to be a kind of establishment that does not. I will say that I'm personally kind of a booster, I'm just a believer that this is going to be important. It's important that we're ahead of the Chinese. It's important that, kind of we embrace it. But I'm curious if that's where you see things heading, like an all out, bipartisan populist revolt against this wave.
I mean, he's already dealing with a bipartisan populist revolt on other issues. Involving Israel and some other things, which is new. The podcasting world is divided in a way that it wasn't when he won the election. The AI issue is a significant one for his financial backers. You have to remember that was the turning point that led to him essentially getting corporate backers for the 2024 stretch run. Was when the Silicon Valley got briefed by the Biden administration about their plans for AI, and that was when there was a row of defections to Trump that were highly significant to him in terms of his ability to compete that summer. So, I don't know exactly how it's going to play. I think he can offset some of that issue by stressing, if the numbers continue to be good on the job front, for instance. There were 130,000 new jobs in January, which is almost as many as there were all of last year. If anything like that pace continues, it'll be easier for him to massage that issue somehow heading into the midterms.
We'll see how it pays out. Matt Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, thank you so much for joining us tonight and staying up late.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
We don't want to accept that there's evil that walks amongst us, but it does.
You know how when you meet somebody, you can't put your finger on it, but something's not right?
You never know what anybody is capable of.
I am a serial killer who's only killed once.
Did you think when this goes public, this town's gonna be shocked?
Absolutely.
When you're dealing with a 30-year-old cold case, it seems like there's not a lot of hope. We knew there was a monster out there and we were gonna find him and get him.
Look at him just coming around the corner like that.
We started tracking the area.
When did this accident scene become a crime scene?
Police!
You called him a lying liar who lies about lying.
Do you know why we're stopping you today?
What makes you so sure that you stabbed your sister while you were sleepwalking?
I never got a chance to see her one last time.
Such injustice. I can't believe they did this to her.
But no matter how hard it gets, never give up.
I'm Natalie Morales with 48 Hours. Did you have anything to do with Joanna Hunter's death?
This is a family that just wants justice.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Mornings.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Quickly, I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, CBS News' senior White House and political correspondent, my old friend, who was in the House chamber for the speech. Ed, it's always a thrill to see you. Ed, did we lose you?
No, I'm
Ed,
here,
you're
bro.
back.
Brother
All
Will,
right.
how are you?
Ed, I'm doing amazing. How are you? How is the House floor? What was that like in that room? Do you feel the electricity?
You sure could. Flanked here by the legs of Barry Goldwater and Daniel Webster, Will. I can tell you that it played out in the chamber as you might have expected. Obviously, lots of unity at different points. The president really should consider hitting the road with the hockey players. That was definitely a highlight. They should open for him at every stop he makes between now and November because it'll help. If you've been in the House chamber and if you've seen above the C-SPAN cameras, you know that there are all these doors to the different areas where guests can sit. And the president literally used the room like a variety show set. Behind door 1 were the hockey players. Behind door 2 was the Venezuelan political prisoner. Behind door 3 was the helicopter pilot who came out to get the Medal of Honor. And then the 2 elderly 100-year-old military veterans who got theirs as well. So, those were the emotional highs. Obviously, it got real ugly during the conversations about immigration, the so-called war on fraud that he is now having the vice president lead. He goaded the most liberal of Democrats in the room, and they took the bait, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib especially, at various points as he talked about removals and about fraud, saying you're a liar. Ilhan Omar said in response to him calling on so-called Somali pirates for all the alleged fraud in Minnesota. And then When he talked about the removals, they shouted, "But you killed Americans, you shot Americans," as the Republicans tried to drown them out with applause. So that perhaps emblematic of the kind of divisions we've seen, obviously, but he doubled down on his defense of the deportation policy and the idea that those that are here illegally and those certainly that have committed crimes need to go. And what you can't appreciate as you watch it because of the two-dimensional nature of the coverage, but what you can see from the side is that when he speaks from the lectern, he says what he says in front of the mic, and then he backs up like he's just lobbed a verbal grenade across the chamber floor and wants to see the blast radius not hit him. It's just this incredible thing that he does in this setting that you don't necessarily see him do at campaign rallies, but it's totally designed to infuriate the Democrats, get the folks at home jazzed up and motivated if you're someone who supports him, and then obviously infuriate those that don't. And, we'll see how it resonates with the American public as the days progress.
Were you able to talk to any lawmakers? Did you just talk to anybody who just, Ryan and I were both joking about Fidel Castro due to the speech's length. Is there anyone, did John Thune just look like, oh God, I could have been home an hour ago. What is this?
I think we need to once again credit members of the Supreme Court for how stone-faced they sit throughout this entire speech, as they do every year.
Yeah.
And as they did, especially when he called them out for what he called that very unfortunate ruling on tariffs. There had been some suggestion through the White House earlier in the day that he might have gotten a little more personal or piqued about that with them there in the room. But obviously with them sitting right there in the front row, that didn't happen. And they, again, just stayed stone-faced throughout the entire speech. Perhaps only Justice Kavanaugh smiling every so often, but that seems like a natural human reaction, especially if you're on that side of the court. So beyond them, I will tell you that the first lawmaker I ran into on my way out was Chris Coons of Delaware, of course, the senator who succeeded Joe Biden there in the upper chamber. And I said, "What you think?" And he made an interesting observation. He said, here on the 4th anniversary of the war in Ukraine beginning, he said less about the war in Ukraine and more about a Ukrainian-American woman who was killed on a bus in Charlotte. And he said nothing, Coons observed, about Vladimir Putin specifically, but just the ongoing human toll of the conflict. And he just sort of shook his head in disbelief and said, and yet that is the president we have. So a notable observation from at least one Democrat I spoke to on my way over here. Others quite upset with what he had to say, again, about immigration, about alleged fraud, and about health care. This push that the president was making there, one they don't agree with, and believe ultimately they can help win back control of the House with come November.
Forgive me, Ed. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit, zooming out from the speech itself, to the mood among Republican lawmakers. If I were a Republican lawmaker right now, I might, particularly from a swing state or from a swing district, I might be feeling rather vulnerable. And it did seem as though in the last few weeks, there was this sense that the president was a little less bulletproof, that if you were an elected Republican, you might offer some criticism on this or that issue. What is your read about the extent to which some Republicans are thinking about how to distance themselves, carve out their own political identity, find some way to maybe get out of the blast radius, given that the president's approval ratings have seen better days?
There are two moments that kind of stick out. First of all, I'm going to be really curious to see what the public reaction in polling and in just sort of how it gets talked about in the zeitgeist in the coming days is to that doubling down and that vociferous, partisan, designed to tick off the Democrats' approach he took regarding his immigration policy. Is that just a base motivator, or does that do anything to remind independents who voted for him why they did? I thought it was interesting that he very explicitly reminded America and the world and Congress, I don't need Congress to pass a law on tariffs because I can do it myself, which legally he can. But politically, to your point, I have a feeling there were a handful of House Republicans there going, thank goodness I don't have to take an up or down vote on that, but I can perhaps put some rhetorical space between me and him should this continue to poll poorly, as it certainly does right now. I think it was about 63% in the most recent CBS News poll are opposed to the tariffs that he's put in place. And another 6 in 10 or so believe he has spent way too much time on that issue at the expense of focusing on inflation and other economic concerns. So, I think you'll see, and I'll admit I ran here because I was so desperate to talk to you guys that I haven't had a chance myself to speak with any Republicans. But I think you're right that is one place where you're going to continue to see them put some space, especially if his numbers don't move much in the coming days, as you would think traditionally would go out and start selling this a little bit. I've been wondering, and we'll have to spend some time reporting this out in the coming weeks, if they're going to have a challenge finding members and finding places in the country that he can go to where he can draw a big enough crowd to make his points. He's going to make a stop later this week, for example, in Texas, but beyond, and that's ahead of the primary, and that's designed to focus on the economy. But where else is he going to go as the primaries begin, and as there may or may not be Republicans who want to be seen with him? I'd be curious to watch.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because they have been talking about, the White House has been talking about essentially treating this as a presidential election year, barnstorming the country. Of course, there's going to be a lot of Republicans who are not going to welcome that. I'm wondering how much the president, in his heart of hearts, yes, he is a lame duck. He is, this is his last term, whatever he says to the contrary. How much he cares, given how this presidency has been built around executive orders in so many ways, how much he cares about Republicans retaining control of Congress in November.
There have been suggestions that he doesn't care as much because he's still there, right? And he'll still have 2 years.
Yeah.
But I think he knows, and he's going to likely bring it up at times on the trail, that were you to hand over control, you're going to potentially lead to a real acrimonious time in this town and in this country, with Democrats controlling maybe one, maybe both, but certainly at this point, if it were held today, one chamber, and with their ability to subpoena and investigate and whatnot, that would create problems for him, obviously. And he has, what I find most interesting is he says one of the quiet parts out loud, which is that historically, an incumbent president's party doesn't do well in November. Yeah. And he sort of says that in a way that's designed to scare and motivate his base and remind them that if you don't show up, history will repeat itself, but help me defy history by showing up. And to you guys' point, will there be enough Republicans who want to be seen with him, who want that extra lift from him to get enough voters to show up in, parts of Texas, North Carolina, certainly just north of you guys in the New York suburbs? Will they want that association or not? Time will tell, but right now I don't think many of them would.
As a matter of raw political calculation, I think almost if I'm J.D. Vance, if I'm Vice President Vance, I'm running for president, I kind of want somebody to run against, and I kind of would like the idea of running against Congress. There seems to be sort of like mixed incentives here. Yes, they'll launch investigations. Yes, they could go for another impeachment push, though I'm not sure if they're going to want to do that again. Ryan, final thoughts.
Well, look, I think Eliana made a pretty compelling point.
She did.
That, just really focusing in on the threat of criminal aliens, really saying that this is what the immigration enforcement agenda is about, after it felt as though the administration had lost the plot. And the fact that, yes, it was a long speech, but really hammering in that struck me as plausible. And maybe that's something that unifies Republicans in Congress and beyond. That didn't seem crazy. But I've got to say, it just, I know Trump is Trump, but the speech felt more diffuse and loose and a lot longer than it might have been. It didn't feel as crisp and sharp. So while I think that, Eliana was right, that, immigration refocusing was the right thing to do, more broadly, I guess we'll see if this was a lost opportunity or not. Because I do think that, Republicans need something to rally around. And, we'll see if President Trump gave that to them with the State of the Union address.
Ed, before we leave you, you got to commute home through what I understand is now the safest city in America. But final thoughts, your final takeaway on this speech with regards to the midterms, with regards to the speech, really anything that you want to say to just kind of like wrap this up, put a bow on it.
I think one thing to remember with this White House specifically is watch the social media feed in the coming 24 to 36 hours and how they cut up those feel-good moments, especially for wider digital consumption. And then see if he does that as well with the way he taunted Democrats, especially on the issue of immigration and to some extent on this war on fraud, as the White House is now calling it. This White House, more than any other before it, and understandably, I mean, look at what we're doing right here. This is digital, obviously, understands that increasingly that's where the voters are. And so they'll be less concerned with what the front page looks like, less concerned with who shows up on network morning shows, and more concerned about how is this being consumed, analyzed, and processed by voters in the social space in the coming days. And what does that do to help or hurt House Republicans, as you mentioned? And also, again, normally a president would be out on the road starting tomorrow, aggressively pushing this agenda and buoying fellow Republicans. That isn't in the cards for most of this week. Why or why not? Is that because of him? Is that because the Republicans don't want to spend the time with him? Is that because of the focus on things like figuring out Iran and other things? Either way, that's a potential missed opportunity if he isn't out there amplifying that in the coming days. And we see no plans necessary for like the cabinet to be out there doing that either. Again, maybe this is a new strategy that they're trying. We'll just have to wait and see. And again, I'll be curious. If you were an independent who voted for him in part because of border security, and you've seen how things have played out, and then you see that strong defense of that policy tonight, does that make you like him more? Does that make you stand with him? Or does that make you still think, yeah, but all those other things that have happened, especially in Minnesota, give me pause and make me think I got to look at somebody else? We'll see. Long time to go between now and November. But guys, we lived through the record longest State of the Union address. We'll have to tell the grandkids one day all about it.
Ed O'Keefe, one of the most astute political reporters in America, thank you so much for joining us today.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
We don't want to accept that there's evil that walks amongst us, but it does.
You know how when you meet somebody, you can't put your finger on it, but something's not right?
You never know what anybody is capable of.
I am a serial killer who's only killed once.
Did you think when this goes public, this town's gonna be shocked?
Absolutely.
When you're dealing with a 30-year-old cold case, it seems like there's not a lot of hope. We knew there was a monster out there and we were going to find him and get him.
Look at him just coming around the corner like that.
We started tracking the area.
When did this accident scene become a crime scene?
Police! You called him a lying liar who lies about lying.
Do you know why we're stopping you today?
What makes you so sure that you stabbed your sister while you were sleepwalking?
I never got a chance to see her one last time.
Such injustice. I can't believe they did this to her.
But no matter how hard it gets, never give up.
I'm Natalie Morales with 48 Hours. Did you have anything to do with Joanna Hunter's death?
This is a family that just wants justice.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King. Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug.
Yeah, good mug.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Raihan, you want to see us out?
Well, that's it. It's a good solid 3 hours after my bedtime.
Yeah.
That is all we have for you tonight. Will and I are both bereft, just drained, but we do want to thank our wonderful, wonderful guests, David Litt, or as I like to call him, Getting Lit, Sarah Isger, Representative Dean Phillips, the once and forever Minnesota kind of tumbleweed, Brianna Wu, May the Mailman, Rui Teixeira, Elliot Abrams, Peter Savadnik, Eliana the Hammer Johnson, Matt Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, and Edward, or Edwin, or Edwith O'Keefe. And most of all, my fantastic Will Ron. Will you Ron away with me? Thank you so much for allowing me to share this beautiful stage with you.
You know, at this point, my level of grumpiness, I would suggest you Ron for your life. All right, it's been a long night, folks. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Thanks for sharing this night with us. You can check out upcoming live streams at thefp.com/livestream. You're going to want to watch them all. Become a subscriber today. Don't miss a thing. CBS viewers who are watching us, come over, check it out. You'll like it. You'll disagree with some of it. You'll agree with some of it. Some of it will irritate you. Some of it will delight you. It's a good website. Go check it out. Raihan Salam, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant as always. A brilliant patriot. And our producing team here, amazing. The heroes of the evening. Thank you so much. Everyone at home, have a blessed evening. Good night. Get some sleep.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and Meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!